Okay, I should be live on Twitch still, in theory. Chizu Adam and Terra, I will chat to you in just a second once I have everything running. Today's a little bit of additional setup to get today's stream going, as you can maybe imagine. It is, believe it or not, a mildly chaotic day today. I know that this'll surprise you endlessly, I'm sure. Shock and horror. No one could foresee that today would be a little chaotic, mayhaps. I think we're good. Hey, Choose Adam says it's the age, and guess what? It's Dragon. Dragon is indeed the age. Hey, Terra. How is everyone? Really enjoying this game so far. Hope the losers haven't made it hard for you. I've largely not seen them. My only awareness is because other people keep going, oh, I'm so sorry that everything's so bad out on the internet for you right now. And I'm like, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. I just stayed off Twitter, and that's kept like 99% of it away. I've heard names of a few shitty people who've made content, but I'm also like, I've spent 2 days binging Veilguard, a game that I'm in the credits of. I'm having a fucking great time. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yes. I am just making sure that I have all of my precautionary measures in place for this stream. And the big one is popping on YouTube now. There we go. Yeah, if there's... Look, hey, if there's any of you who are regulars here that would like to... You know who you are. You know if I'd consider you a regular and you want to be trusted with mod powers, I wouldn't say no with a couple of extra people who have access to the ban if needed button. You know. I think today's going to be a nice chill stream. But I just want to, it's not my first rodeo. I've got the button that if I hit it on my stream deck, it'll do all the stuff that'll, if anything shitty happens, we can shut it down real quick, but... Oh, hey, Jane, it's you. Also precautionary measures. Nah, this is going to be great. Here's the thing. All of the internet, being the internet, kicked off on Wednesday. We had a really chill 5-hour stream of Life is Strange on Wednesday, so I think we're going to be okay. Do you know what? We're going to jump in, but before we start, I'm doing that thing that I'm going to do because fuck it. I got to help make a video game, and first stream of a game I'm involved in, we do this now. We're gonna skim past all these credits, and we're gonna very briefly see my name, and then we're gonna jump in and play some Veilguard, and we're gonna have a great time. Did I get an early copy? I got a copy a little ahead of release, not very far ahead of release, a little ahead of release. I'd maybe played like 6 hours by the time it came out, so I got a little head start. Okay, let's put this on basically full speed. 16 times speed. I know I am right near the end. Much the same as Life is Strange. For different reasons, different categories of work. But both times I've ended up, basically in the, right near the end. I'm like, well, that's easy. That makes it easy for me to find myself. Oh, Choose Madam, I'm glad you enjoyed Life is Strange. I've worked on some games that have come out this week that sure have been divisive for very different reasons, but I'm glad some people are agreeing with me on having the correct opinion about Life is Strange. Let me skim. Past localization, where are we? Linguistic experts. Ask the EA staff. So many people are involved in making a game, which is surprising because the way that you'd hear the internet tell it, I made this game entirely by myself. I was a solo developer on this one. Completely made this one entirely by myself. Single person dev team. Yeah, it's a total bug that this is showing like additional people in the credits. Nah, that's not how games work. Also, yeah, apparently today is my partner anniversary. Oh yeah, external partners. This is what I'm looking for. I'm an external partner. I got to the credits already. That's a heck of a speedrun. Great thing about Dragon Age games, much like Life is Strange, they'll let you just boot the credits up. Oh, sorry, there I was. Cultural consultants. There we go. I was there a second ago. Almost missed myself by talking to chat. Apparently, this is the anniversary of when I started Twitch streaming. It's a great day for everything. There you go. I was there for like half a second. Let's jump in. New game. Prepare for me to spend 30...
Solus. Smart, thoughtful, loved to hear himself talk.
Let me turn this up a bit.
But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies, or heroic rebel against tyranny, depending on which story you believe.
Ah, he was a bit of a dick. We played through this recently. He was a
fight
dick.
Against the corrupt elven gods, Solus imprisoned them, creating a veil that split our world from the raw magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything.
Which does suck for you, Solus. I'm sorry that you fucked up how elves work.
Even their immortality.
Yes, cultural consultant is industry code for did everything single-handedly and made every choice.
Solus wants to tear down that veil and undo the damage he caused, even if that means our world has to burn.
I'd like elves to be immortal again, even if I have to kill all of you lesser creatures to do
gotta
it.
Stop him. And that's where you come in.
Tara says, I don't know who to romance, that's my problem. I was planning on harding, but I'm drawn to all the ladies. I'm drawn to everyone. There is not a character who's been introduced in this yet, and again, you know, I am obviously biased. There's not a character that I've gone, I wouldn't consider romancing you. There's not been one where I'm like, oh, you're a bit of a dick. If there's an argument and I have to piss one of you off, I know who I'll piss off. I like them all. Cultural consultant, also known as EA CEO, exactly. Now, I hope you're ready for me to spend, I'm gonna say probably 30 to 40 minutes making a character and setting our backstory before we even get into the game. Also, it's allowed because it's in the context of a video game and it's not a major part of the video game. There's gonna be some titties out during character creation. I hope we can all be adults and recognize, you know, we can be chill about there being titties on screen, right? Also, Jane, yes, Jane decided that the selection of rooks should be called a rookery, and I think that is correct. Okay, let's find a good starting Canary, because of course I'm playing a Canary. I fucking love the Canary. The Canary are great. I think this is the base I'm gonna work from, is that fourth one. Oh, no, well, apparently not. Apparently that one doesn't come back. We're just... Okay, let's not get hung up. Let's find one that we like as a base, and we'll start from... Oh yeah, you were the one I was looking at starting with. Let's start with you. Oh, we got presets here. Okay, so we got... Let's start. Hey everyone, I don't know if you've heard, this video game, a little bit woke. Little bit woke, this video game. Pronouns and gender are separate things. Ah, the world is ending. So I'm going with woman. Actually, you know what? I'm going. I want to play around. We got interesting gender options. I want to make use of them. I'm gonna go with a they them woman. There we go, they them woman. Because hey, what's the point in having all these options to mix and match if I don't play around with them? Also, you can fucking trust that this character's gonna have blue hair. She's gonna have blue hair and pronouns. They're gonna have blue hair and pronouns. This is how we doing. This is how we do. Okay, class. Let's pick. What kind of class do we want to be? I want to be a mage. I am digging the mage stuff. I've played a little bit around with the various classes. I played like an opening bit of combat with each of them, and the mage is the one that I'm particularly digging. There's a version of the mage called the Spellblade, which I don't know if I can skip straight to seeing it, or if I have to like watch through all of these played before I get there. But it is close quarters, like a mage that can do range but also close quarters and does lightning magic, and that's ticking a lot of boxes for me. Let me get some footage. Evoker does look pretty cool. I do like all of the weird gravity and ice, but this is the one I've been having fun with, is interdimensional daggers and electric birds is pretty fun. Okay, so we are looking for factions. The Grey Wardens, these are like your religious paladins. We've got the Veil Jumpers, they do jump in through interdimensional holes. I'm going to show you the two that I was torn between before starting. I won't tell you which I picked in my main playthrough before we decide, but I want your feedback between two. The Shadow Dragons I really like as a faction. This underground resistance opposes corrupt rulers and slavery into Vinter, coming from all walks of life. They're determined to bring justice to the people. Also, pretty cool outfit, right? Lords Fortune, they're treasure hunters. They're pretty cool. The Morn Watch, they're necromancers. This is the other one that, like, undeniably has the coolest outfit, is the Antivan Crows. Assassins, respected and feared. So yeah, I want to hear chat's thoughts. Do you have any preferences between seeing Antivan Crows or Shadow Dragons? Because both of them I could see myself doing. Well, for now, I'm going to change one chat setting for like a second. There we go. You should all be able to chat slightly more frequently now than you were a second ago. Jade Best? Okay, chat seems on board with the crows. So I'm kind of glad you picked crows. I wanted to give these options. Shadow Dragons is what I've picked for my personal playthrough. I just like the idea of playing the overthrowing slavery class. I think that's really cool. But, like, undeniably this is the cooler looking faction, and I kind of want to see... This is going to make me be bestie buddies with a character called Lucanus, who... Lucanus, I want to get to know better. I want to get to know Lucanus better, so... let's go crows. Gain reputation with the Antivan Crows more quickly. You've got an open contract. Oh, open contract, deal increased damage versus Antam. And Hidden Pouch holds 1 extra potion, which is pretty cool. Yeah, the outfit's just really, really fucking rad, right? We've also got 2 other outfits. We've got starting outfit, which is so-so for all the classes. But we also have the coolest of the casual wear. Because, like, you know, that's alright casual wear for the Shadow Dragons, but, like, I like this as my casual outfit. Let's go for it. Right, so this would be... Oh, I skipped past I was supposed to customize my appearance back here. I skipped ahead to thinking about factions and stuff. Let's go. Let's start working out how we want to do this. We have some presets. I think I'm going to start with the preset we have right now. There are too many sliders in this game, and I am not ready for all of the sliders that are available. I want a little bit of the, like, strong cheekbones, like, sharper face. What have we got here? This is... I feel like I want somewhere, like, here as a starting position. Tricky says, she looks like a biker chick. I see how you would like that. Saint Nobody says, just a casual dominatrix. Yeah, there are some vibes we're going to strive for, and I'm looking forward to it. Ooh, I didn't really play around a lot with complexion. Creating my rook. Ooh, I do like those dark circles. I might go back and change the face shape if we're going to do this, like... No, I don't like the big, strong diagonal with the cheekbones. If I could have this complexion, but just the dark circles under the eyes. Weathered, maybe. Weathered one. Weathered one might work. I'm going to be jumping about a lot during this, so we'll work it out. Yeah, these are the sliders I'm going to do a lot of not really fucking around with. I could do, and at any time we can go to a mirror and change our appearance. So I could do, but there's a lot of stuff here where I'm like, I don't want to bust too much of this up. I want chin. I want to go with chin. And I want to do something with, is it the width that I want to tweak? Currently at -10. I think I want to narrow that chin to like, yeah, that's more where I want to be. I just want to bring it slightly softer at the chin. Andy H says, started playing today and I'm really enjoying the game. Made the mistake of trying to find a review on YouTube. YouTube, I imagine, is a little bit of a hellscape right now. YouTube is bad enough that a young relative of mine got recommended a YouTube video about how I'm destroying the games industry. This game is people are sure having opinions about this one. Amazingly, this game is making people have opinions. Let's go. So we've got starting presets for body types. Comments. Okay, this is where titties are going to happen, everyone. I warn you. I warn you. We could. But I'm making the choice. So this is going to be the character creator from now. Look, video game, you can't give me an option for there to be tits out and me not. Like, respectfully. Let's work out that body shape. Like, this is going to come up, like, once in the game. It's going to come up when we do a romance scene, and that's the only time after character creation this is going to come up. Okay, yeah, let's go there. Asmongold was banned preemptively from the Veilguard Reddit. I'm not surprised. He is one of 3 shitty internet men I have heard has had opinions about me this week, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Look, it's me, once again, here to ruin the games industry, one pronoun at a time, exactly. Okay. Respectfully. Respectfully. Yes, yeah, I am loving how the go woke, go broke crowd is, definitely being proven true right now. This game has gone so broke because it went woke. However will the game recover? However will it recover? Look, I worked on this game, and as such, you're gonna, you might expect that I wouldn't criticize the game because I worked on it, but I think EA and BioWare will forgive me for saying my honest opinion. That butt slider's weak. Let it get bigger. Make bigger butt. There's bigger butt slider. You got the video game butts person in and did not make the butts bigger. 0 out of 10 worst video game. Okay. Right, what are we doing? I need to move my camera slightly because it keeps covering, like, the start of the list of options, and I don't know for certain what my first option is. I don't even remember what game it was that made me slightly move the webcam down, but we're back in the corner. We're back in the corner, everyone. Right, eye shape, I'm good with. Eyelids. It's eyebrows and eyelashes, I think, in a minute. Okay, chat, most important question. Do we want to have heterochromia, where our two eyes are two different colors? Do we want to have anime protagonists? Do we want this flavor of anime protagonist eyes? Don't worry if you don't, chat. There's other ways we can go very anime protagonist with our eyes. I've done some cool shit with my eyes in my other one. No hetero anything? Honestly, I can respect that. Now, you know what? The people saying no hetero, even chromia. Yeah, even heterochromia is too hetero for us. I respect it. Heterochromia is cool. No hetero in this chat. I'm here to remove all the hetero. But don't worry. I'm gonna do some cool shit with these eyes regardless. I've got a plan. I'm really tempted to try and replicate a specific flavor of Tumblr story about eyes. You might see me going for the purple for eyes, and might know what some of you might know the Tumblr lore that I'm digging into here. Make sure I get the name of this right. Alexandria's Genesis, that was the name. So this is my little I'm gonna do something else to it as well, but I want to do a little tribute to a Tumblr post called Alexandria's Genesis. And for any of you who were not Tumblr people at the era that this was happening, I apologize in advance for the psychic damage I might be about to inflict upon you. Alexandria's Genesis, a genetic mutation. When someone is born with Alexandria's Genesis, their eyes are blue or grey at birth. After 6 months, their eyes begin to change from their original colour to purple, and this process lasts 6 months. During puberty, the colour deepens to dark purple, a deep purple, a royal purple, or a violet blue colour, and remains that way. It does not affect the person's eyesight. Those who have this mutation will never grow any facial, body, pubic, or anal hair, including hair on their head, on their ears, noses, eyebrows, and eyelashes. Women also do not menstruate, but are fertile. And the comment underneath it that would always do the rounds with it. No fucking shaving, no fucking periods, and I get purple eyes. Why wasn't I born with this? Why can't I have this? Now, if you hadn't worked it out, Alexandria's Genesis is not real. There is no Alexandria's Genesis. But every time I have the option to have bright purple eyes, this Tumblr deep cut comes back to me. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to pair it with the sclera of our eyes being completely black. I think this looks pretty rad. I don't know if you agree, chat, but I think this is some fun eyes. If we really want to go for it, we could make the eyes bloodshot to go like a deep red black, something like this. Can I make the horns look like candy corn? We'll get to the horns. Other neat options, you can have cataracts. That's pretty cool. I think this is where we're going for now. Every time I exit a sub-menu, it's like, hey, just for a second. Titties. Right, eyebrow shape. I have to remember which one I found that was good. Actually, I'm going to change the color. I'm going to really darken the eyebrow color just so that I can see them properly when we're picking a shape. I Maybe it's 13. 13 could be good. Yeah, for now we go 13. Nose is good. Not gonna fuck with the mouth too much or the ears. Let's get doing this. Let's get going with hairstyle. Now, I know exactly what hairstyle I'm looking for. The undercut, asymmetrical... It's the only... Look. There's no world in which I was going to pick any other hairstyle. You have slightly reduced hairstyle options as the Canary because you've got to deal with horns. But, like... I've got to go with the undercut, the side shave. Right? And then, best of all, blue hair to go with our pronouns. There we go, blue hair and pronouns. I think this is coming together. I think we're getting there. Hey, Johnny Desu, how are you doing? Facial hair and color, scalp. What is scalp options? Oh, yeah, that's just how much of my head is scalp. Oh, horn styles. So I can show off all the horn styles. I know what I want my horns to be like. I want the big, big curly horns. I'll know them when I see them. I think these are the ones I want. I think it's this one, 35, but I will continue to look through. Good number of horns. I'm going 35. Darkeen, thank you very much for the happy anniversary. Chuzo Adam said, whoever modelled this hair around horns, impeccable work. Honestly, I'm so thankful that whoever on the dev team made this hairstyle made it, because this hairstyle really, I was hit and miss about whether I wanted to go Canary, and I saw this hairstyle, I was like, no, okay, I'm in. You gave me one hairstyle I love, we're good. In terms of trying to make horns look like candy corn, candy corn's white and orange, right? But I think if we were going to try and make these look candy corn-esque, we would need to find like an orange gem. I don't know candy corn very well. Is this close enough to candy corn horns for you? I'm going to continue playing around with what I actually want these to look like. I think it's going to be this and... Grey skin and candy corn, fuck! Yeah, oh, grey skin and candy corn. Oh, we almost kind of made a Homestuck troll. Oh, you could make a Homestuck troll pretty easily in this, couldn't you? Yellow and orange. Okay, look, Gumba, for you, I don't think we're gonna keep it. But stop me when you see the most, the one that's the most Homestuck troll set of horns. Tell me when you see some Homestuck troll horns or anything close. Tell me what number it was. I'm gonna do this once for you. What's wrong with going Homestuck? Homestuck is a black hole of time that I do not have in my life, but occasionally I humor Gumba. feel like it would be these, maybe, for Homestuck Troll. Again, I'm not a big enough Homestuck to say for certain. Gumba, what's your gut saying? How do I Homestuck this for you? Like, is it 44? Is 44? That feels like a Homestuck Troll, from what I remember. Never go wrong with ram horns. Is that the ones I had before were ram horns, were they? That was what, 35? Yeah, these are ram horns, right? Ah, so what I did was already almost okay, yeah. I think this was going to be as close as you can get. I don't think we're going to get a... What was it? I don't think we're going to get a yellow for candy corn on the horns. I think it would have been... Yeah, it would have been this and the orange stone. Okay, I already accidentally about as close to a Homestuck Troll as we were going to get, I think. Cool, let me... finish making the one I was making. Let's have a little, just a little bit of gothic makeup. I don't like this design when I look at the whole thing, because it's asymmetrical, but because the hair is covering the asymmetrical half, I actually quite like this. Ooh, that I like. Does call to me. Mudkip Gal says, isn't this the game where you can be trans in it? Hell yeah, we can. We've already picked some pronouns. We're gonna have to get a little ways into this game to get the option to explicitly go, hello, I am one of those trans. We might not get there on today's stream. I think it was about 5 hours in, but I was a little stop-start when I was doing it the other day. So it might be Monday's stream, we get the press X to confirm trans pop up. But we'll see. We'll see where we get there. I think this is it. I think this is our... I think this is our rook. But what I will do is change the lighting to check that the character looks good in multiple lightings, because we can do that rather than getting jump scared when we get out of the character creator that our character doesn't look how we want once in game. Okay, so we picked the mage, we picked the crows. Assassin extraordinaire. When the invaders of Treviso took people captive, Rook was determined to free the prisoners at any cost. A talented new crow recently promoted to full membership, Rook chafed at the cautions of their commanders, especially with their city occupied by brutal soldiers known as the Antam. When Rook saw a patrol herding along captives one night, they leaped into action. Despite saving lives, however, Rook had unknowingly compromised a larger crow operation against the Antam. Rook's superiors were incensed. Sidelined for their actions, the young assassin searched for new ways to prove themselves. Yeah, we can go for this. Okay, we're going to go default difficulty, but I might occasionally turn that down for one-off fights. Let's find a first name that I'm happy with. Nift Deriva. And we're going for this voice, which I believe
I'm
is...
glad you're here.
Yes, we are going to be Erika Ishii.
Time to get to work. What's he been saying now?
Yeah, slightly low pitch Erika Ishii. Oh, trust me, Mudkip Gal, I am aware. I am aware, trust me. Right, let's make some decisions about the plot of Inquisition. Actually, no, we're not doing that yet. We're making our Inquisitor... We've got to do a whole other character creator. We are 40 minutes into the stream, and I've got to create a second character. I gotta make the Inquisitor from the last game. The Inquisitor was a Canary. Gonna start with this as our base design. Gonna customize. I'm not gonna change a huge amount here. I want the I like the idea of our Inquisitor from the last game having broken horns and looking much older, even if it's only been like 20 years since the last game. Those 20 years have aged her. So I am mainly gonna go complexion, and we're gonna put complexion to really age her up a bit. We're gonna make her look like she has the years have happened at her. Yeah, I think we really lean into it. She's only 20 years older, but the years have happened to her. Choose Madam, thank you very much for the 8 months of sub. Not the Inquisitor. Well, this certainly was the Inquisitor. Is the second character dependent on class? Because I've only made one character. The second character should be, during character creation, there was a thing that was like, hey, do you want to... Are you just going for a default world state, or do you want to, like, customize stuff from the past game? And that's an optional thing you opt into, and then you customize your Inquisitor and make some choices about prior games. Oh, Thimba, I'm sorry that Twitch ads are being obtuse. I need to do the thing. I need to start doing a scheduled ad break. I don't like the thought of doing it, but at least it means I control roughly when ads actually appear. Okay, I'm guessing you went default world state if you didn't get a second character. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I'm going to change much. She gotta be tall. She gotta be tall. Yeah, honestly, I think this is what we're going for. It's not a one-to-one of our Inquisitor from the last game, but I think I like the idea that this is how our Inquisitor is today. Oh, this Inquisitor was a good person, but was very much like, I did not ask to be the hero, I'm doing it because someone's gotta. Reluctant hero, let's go.
I won't let this stand.
We need to move. It can't end like this.
Yeah, there we go. That'll do. Timber says, I imagine you haven't started playing yet, only character creation. I've played, I'm going to say like 17 hours in my own playthrough since yesterday. I've played about 17 hours of my own playthrough before starting this one on stream. I wanted to get a decent amount... I wanted to see some shit that I knew about, and I wanted to see how it was. But also, I wanted to, like, get decently ahead so that I couldn't get maliciously spoiled by people who'd played more of it than me. Because this is... There's a lot about this... Despite having done some work on it, there's a lot about this game I don't know. And I don't want stuff that is still a surprise to me to get spoiled because I didn't play through it fast enough. I'm, you know, a little greedy maybe there, but... Okay. Let's say, did I pick a lineage? Okay, yeah, no, I guess it's the one lineage. There we go. I know technically you say you got together with Iron Bull, but there is another option. Do you want me to... Are you asking me to, like, make it canon that I was in a relationship with Sarah? Is that what you want? Is this the button you want me to click, BT? Oh, it's Iron Bull. The hulking Canary called Iron Bull, a shameless flirt, was pleased when the Inquisitor returned his overtures. But what began as a way for them to unwind grew into something deeper and more profound. When the Iron Bull's superiors demanded he turn on the Inquisitor, he refused and never regretted it. Oh, asking if your viewers have seen you playing this one yet live, we're still just creating characters. Ah, sorry, yes, for clarity, we've not gotten to any gameplay. We have been about 45 minutes in the character creator, creating 2 characters, and choosing some backstory. Okay, did the Inquisition disband or get given to the Chantry? This happened right at the end and leading into Trespasser. The Church now controls the Inquisition. It wasn't surprising when the Inquisitor relinquished power to the Chantry. The Inquisition was founded by one of its most faithful knights and had ties to its newest leader, Divine Victoria. Some members of the Inquisition simply became part of the Chantry hierarchy, while some went their own way. Did we vow to stop Solus, or vow to save Solus from himself? I believe we vowed to stop Solus. The Inquisitor declared that the danger Solus posed was so great he had to be stopped no matter what. Even though her influence had diminished, the Inquisitor still had contacts and old friends who began to hunt for the Dreadwolf. Cool. Let's finalize that. And finalize this. There we go. Within 45 minutes, we're in the video game. That's at least part of why I started the stream so early today. I was like, I don't want the entire stream to be...
So, where were we? Oh, right.
I love this storytelling format.
Our best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Minrathous, capital of the Tevinter Imperium.
I love that Varric, as author and storyteller, is the storybook author to this adventure.
We need a local expert. So, naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With the seediest bar in town. And a missing contact.
And that transition from 2D into 3D into game assets.
Let's try this again. Where's Nev Gallus?
You think you can come into my bar and make demands?
Yeah, I do. I look badass. So, considering my rook here is part of the Antivan Crows, the assassins, I think coming in guns blazing rather than talking, I think is how we would start this.
Nev Gallus is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I'm not leaving until I know where she is. Be ready to talk by the time I get to you.
Darling, you're adorable.
What a fun way this is to establish my character as a badass going in. Hello, you have a whole room full of people to protect you? Well...
Not enough gold in the world for this.
I'm not even gonna whip my magic out for this.
Meet Bianca. She'd like you to stay a while.
Nev Gallus.
Dumat Plaza. The Venatori cultists took her to Dumat Plaza.
Thanks. friend Nev Gallus is at Dumont Plaza.
I heard. That's why you're my second in command. Although, for the record, there was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
Lessons clearly learned from Mass Effect 2 and 3. Open your adventure in the midst of some action. You can slow it down and set the stakes afterwards. I love a good, hey, let's jump in media res and, like, we'll get you caught up on the story as you see some cool shit happen. It did work, though.
See, you say that. But we do have Nev's location now, so...
Don't get cocky.
Come on. Harding will be worried.
All right. Break's over.
I hope Nev's as good at finding people as you claim.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her.
Grimlock Master, I didn't get access to, like, the playable game during development. I think I can say that much. I saw a lot of documents. I had a lot of conversations. My first time actually playing the video game was yesterday when my physical copy showed up. So a lot of things that I had heard and read and knew conceptually, this week has been my first time to see it all come to life and go, ah, shit, that's all that stuff I know happening in the video game many years later. Also,
we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
One sec.
Don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and
I
stop
want to show you
Solus.
one of my favorite, really silly little details about this game that I really like. In Minrathous, there are homeless people. You can give money to a homeless person. There is no, like, pop-up to suggest that that has any benefit. You're not, like... There's a whole system in this game of, like, increasing your favor with, like, various factions and stuff, and it's not doing anything to do with that. I really appreciate that it's just a thing that's there. It's like, no, you can do it because it's the right thing to do. It's not playing into your faction systems. It's not getting you loyalty in the region. Just do the right thing.
The only thing separating us from the Fade and an endless number of demons. I have to talk him down.
Timber says, not gonna lie, I'm liking the vibes from the chat today. Seems like an ordinary lore stream. I'm glad that that is how it's worked out. I'm gonna be honest, I was surprised Wednesday was like this. I'm more surprised today's like this. I put some work in, I put some precautions in, but I'm genuinely kind of surprised today's been as chill as it is. I'm having a lovely time.
Are they after us? Is it because of the bar?
Word travels fast in Minrathous.
We've gotta help her.
I echo seeing it actually in-game. I'm like, nah, I fucking love this look.
We don't have time to get arrested, especially if we...
Rohamile, thank you for what I assume is a happy partniversary.
Oh, crap.
We're too late.
The ritual started. But if we hurry, we can still stop Solus before it finishes. Let's go. Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumont Plaza.
Okay, let's get running. Oh, big demon boys. God, this game looks really nice. Like, I'm playing it on PS5. I'm not playing it on PC where you get all the fanciest fancy settings. And even so, it's a nice looking game.
The world is going to look a lot like this.
The fact that, like, this game looks as gorgeous as it does at the top end on PC, but also runs on Steam Deck, I'm like, oh, you put the work in. Who is Varric and are they romanceable? Varric is, he's an author. He writes fantasy stories. I don't believe he's romanceable in this. I think he's romanceable in... Is he romanceable in Inquisition?
I've been doing what
He's
I
a
can
party
to help.
member in Inquisition.
The ritual
I don't remember if he's
failed.
romanceable.
There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
No. That's fair. I was like, in my head, all the party members were romanceable, but I don't think that's the case. But this other person we've just met, Harding, with the sort of red hair, she is romanceable in this, and she's fun to flirt at. Sorry, yes, he's not romanceable. He already has a lover, Bianca, which is clearly the crossbow and not the human, like the dwarven woman called Bianca that the crossbow's named after. He's definitely not in love with her. He's in love with his crossbow. I don't think any dwarf has been romanceable. Well, breaking the routine here, Harding's romanceable in this one. How am I doing? Never better.
Fought some demons, and the Archon's palace took a few shots at us. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Harding can kind of
Got
be
my gear?
romanced.
Right
You
over
could
here.
have like a fling, but not like a proper romance path. She's romanceable
Where's
in the
that
same way
Alice?
that
Wasn't she at the meeting point?
The Venatori
in Mass
got
Effect,
here
what was
first.
the like your
They
assistant
before we
that could be
arrived and paid off
romanced?
borrowed
Like that kind of
quiet.
romance.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Neb to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Not a problem. I saw Dumont Plaza while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling with Venatori. Follow me.
I have no idea if Varric's voice actor also was in Arcane. I do not know. Okay, let's start doing some mage gameplay.
Here they come.
Yeah, Bayonetta-style dodge offsets. Yeah, right?
Last of them.
It is part RPG, part character action game, and some of that character action stuff is genuinely pretty good.
I don't get it. If Solus tears down the veil, doesn't that destroy everything?
Solus always talked about how beautiful the ancient world
Oh yeah, I
was.
should be looking around for
That world existed before the Veil. He
collectibles
wants
and
to bring it
things.
back.
Even if his ritual kills us all in the process.
Oh yeah, fun fact. Basically all things in the environment are breakable. You can just run around like firing lasers, breaking all the pottery, which is an endless source of joy for me. Exactly, Link, but with
That's Dumont Plaza.
far more destructive capability. Yeah, this really does remind me of starting like either Mass Effect 2 with the ship falling apart, or Mass Effect 3 and you're on Earth and the Reapers had suddenly shown up. It's nice to just get a chance to feel powerful and jump into the action. Get a sense of scope from the start. I will unlock more abilities and things to slightly vary up my combat in a minute. This is starting set. I have light and heavy, which can be at range or close and can be charged. I've got this sort of sweeping attack that can do necrosis. And I have the laser beam. I have an extra potion to start, which is nice. Honestly, that's a pretty good starting reward. Breakable environments are a mark of confidence in an RPG. They suggest that you are confident your game, your game has got what it takes. Okay, so we've got the ability wheel that we can use to do more powerful stuff. If we don't want to like pause to do the ability wheel, the game doesn't tell you this initially. You can hold down L2 and press buttons down there to activate some of these abilities without slowing down. The mage's mana bar is pretty small to start, but it refills automatically over time. So initially we're only going to be able to use these special abilities pretty sparingly, but they will get much more frequent as we go.
Another barrier. It looks like Neff's work, not the Venatori's.
Potion. Let's go meet Nev.
Eric, hiding. Not the worst timing.
I'll be honest,
So
if I'd known
good
that
to see
the
you.
stream was going to be this
thought the
chill, I might have
Venatori
just started
kidnapped
playing on
you.
stream yesterday, but I was
They
like,
thought the same thing. A lot of Venatori in the
I
city
wanted
have
a
reason
good
to
couple
hate
of
me.
days of just having a good
Figured
time
I'd
with the
play
game
along.
myself before I was like,
Find out who wanted to
run the
settle
gamble of
score
what
this
stream's going to be
time.
like.
Then the sky started raining demons. So I'm back on the job.
It was almost exactly 10 years. It was
This is
10
Nev
years and
Dallas,
2
our
weeks, I
local
think.
expert. She's gonna help us
Or
find
it might have been 2
Solus.
weeks earlier
Nev
than
beat
10
Rook.
years.
Harding and
Was
I
it
found her a while
mid-November or
back.
mid-October?
Thought she's an expert on trouble.
Rook,
Inquisition.
like the chess piece.
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but they tend to think in straight lines.
Nice to meet you. Based on the Venatori, you've got.
Nev
excellent
does have a
personality.
prosthetic, and it's
I do
fucking
my
cool.
best.
She's got a prosthetic
said you
leg
had a lead?
that is shaped like a cobra. She's got a fucking cobra leg. Okay,
I
so
haven't
okay,
seen
so it's
Solus
just
in
shy
person,
of
but
10
I did
years,
find
not just over
hints of
10
old
years.
magic, similar to what you get in Elven ruins.
Right, you get to see it
I
properly in
traced
some
it to buildings
cutscenes, and like
beneath our
her whole
lady of
snake
victory.
aesthetic is so cool. She's got a snake belt
That's
going
where
on.
the man is hiding.
Then let's go. Before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
Worse, this ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
All citizens in the canal district must remain in their homes.
So, yeah, most of what we've seen here
We do
is
catch Solus, or the Dreadwolf, or whatever.
yeah, most of what we've seen so far in gameplay was part of that 20-minute preview they put out back in, I think, like June, July. We didn't see character creator or the bar fight. That's where it kicked in, and they skipped over this bit of like trying to get to the Alluvian gate. But largely this opening is like one-to-one what they showed like 6 months ago,
He
which
calls himself.
is pretty cool. It's nice
He wants to bring down
when the first gameplay look at a game
Will
is
get his full attention.
pretty much just like the opening of the game.
So he can't fight us?
That's the hope. If it comes to a straight-up fight, we're dead.
We can slide down.
I'm getting too old for this.
There. That's the building I tracked Solus to.
Looks like the Venatori also.
Oh yeah, this is me being taught the ranged attack.
Demons found them.
Which, right now, so-so, but it'll get more useful as time goes on. I do appreciate how movement versatile the mage gets to be in this. I'm going to be building towards a build that is like mage that is designed for the back row, but if stuff gets close, like, yeah, I can melee fight a thing if I need to. With magical close range. Actually, no, let's do it with the real-time menu. Haha, with L2.
I can get it.
You can swap between weapons during battle, right? You can, kind of. You can, we haven't gotten there yet, but we will get there. One sec, I gotta keep my phone open because I got a stupid work emails I've got to keep an eye out for. I have work that isn't Dragon Age that I've got to do coming up, and I've got to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, so you can swap between weapons during battle. We've not... Oh no, I can just preemptively do it. They haven't told me about it yet, but down on the D-pad I can instead use this sort of faster, shorter range orb and accompanying ice dagger. I've really not used the orb and dagger combo much at all in my main playthrough. I've really gravitated to sticking with the rod. Where was I meant to be? Was I not meant to be over here? No, I was meant to be over there. I got distracted. I looked at chat and then saw something shiny. Are there invisible walls at the broken edges? Pretty sure there's not. I think we can just go drown in the ocean if we want. Too laden down with armor. We simply sink.
So this is the Dreadwolf's hideout.
One of them, at least. Not sure how long he's been here.
Some of this looks ancient.
Solus has been around longer than Manrathus itself.
Okay, wolf howling at a void. Oh.
Broken chains. Solus is freeing slaves.
Solus hates slavery. One of the few things we actually agreed on.
He said the other elven gods were tyrants who oppressed his people. He was trying to help them.
Look, again, I agree with Solus on that. If Solus had stopped at, I want to free people from slavery, I'd have been very on board with him.
What do you see?
No sign of Solus. Just a big glowing window or mirror or something.
It's the bit where he's
Well,
like,
that sounds ominous.
I think it's okay to kill all of the non-elves in order to get Elfworld back. That's where I have a problem with Solus. Thimba says, Dragon Age of the Veilguard's launch has already made it EA's biggest ever single-player game on Steam, topping the charts and beating out concurrents for Star Wars Jedi Survivor. What? I thought it was meant to be go woke, go broke. Why aren't they going broke?
Doing something to a dragon, I think.
Yeah. Trying to control it, maybe?
Solus said the other elven gods were evil. If they were binding dragons, he was right about that much, at least.
More demons.
A dragon in this age? When they say go broke, they mean broke records. Go woke, go broke record. Okay, let's try and do this fight with the orb. Let me get better at my orb stuff while I'm here. The orb is definitely quicker for short range. The thing that I should be using the orb for is, if I have the orb be a different elemental type to my primary weapon, it means that it's one additional element type I can have at my disposal on my mage. Like, I can have, like, 3 different elemental default attacks, or even just, like, I've really spec'd into lightning, but I do want something as a backup if something is immune to lightning, have my orb be like a fire orb or something. Like, that's what I should be doing.
Locked.
I just like, I like the visual of a big staff. Big staff is cool. I feel like a wizard. Like a cool wizard.
Solus, the Dreadwolf Fen Harel. He's got a lot of names.
I always call
Like, it's very
them chuckles.
Gandalf-y to have a big magic staff.
Nice work.
Let's see what's on the other side.
I don't know if anyone makes wizard hats for people with these kind of horns. I'd love to see a wizard hat that accommodated these horns. Mechanically, I don't know how it would function, but I would love to see someone rise to the challenge. It's one of those, if a Canary wore a wizard hat, would they wear it like this or like this? And some silly, like, those kind of memes.
This the big glowing window you saw earlier, Rook?
It's called an alluvian. They're elven and very old.
I don't think a couple of slits is going to help for this kind of shape is the
Solus
problem.
uses them to get around quickly.
He must
This kind of
have
shape's
through
very
it.
awkward to get a hat onto.
Well, we're not in Manrathus anymore.
I know these trees. This is Arlethan Forest.
I feel like you'd want a hat that you could, like, undo the Velcro to get it around the horns and then Velcro it back together. 2 extremely little hats, 1 on each horn.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got demons.
Okay, now we're back to the bit that we saw in that gameplay preview. Is that Liara's voice actor? Yes, I believe Harding is voiced by the same voice actor as Liara. Which might be why I like Harding so much.
The Fade's a mess this close to the ritual. No telling what could come through. Does it feel like those tremors are getting worse?
Keep moving and try not to think about it.
Fuck you, demons, you're not getting in my way. I got shit to do. I'll save the day here. Yeah, Liara from Mass Effect. I think Harding is the same voice.
We get tremors every time one of those big crystals at the ritual site lights up.
Not Harding. Yeah. A second guessing myself there, I was like, I think it is Harding. I know Liara voices someone in this, and I'm now second guessing my own thoughts, but I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is Harding as Liara. I said it confidently, and then I heard one line of dialogue that was like, it didn't immediately catch my Liara sense, and I was like, oh no, have I misunderstood? No, I think it was just one sentence that didn't have the inflection that sneaks through occasionally.
Almost there.
Right, speedrun. Speedrun to Solus. Veilguard speedrun. We're on world record pace, probably.
And if Solus finishes his...
Grimlock Master, I get that, and I understand it. I've honestly been having so much fun with this mage. Like, when in practice, because here's the thing. It's 3 buttons, but also 2 weapon sets, plus some other bits. Like, there is some stuff that... It's 3 spells plus light and heavy, regular, and sweep. Plus weapon switch. Oh yeah, no, in Mass Effect I've always been a Asari romancer, but that's only because they've never let me romance. I always forget the name. What are the ones that go, regrettably, I must speak with my tone tags at the start of sentences. Is it the Hanar? Give me a romanceable Hanar. Elcor, the Elcor. The Hanar are the jellyfish, aren't they? Yeah. I always get the names of the Elcor and the Hanar mixed up. The 2 species that I'm like, you be less cowardly. Give me a party member that's one of them. Give me what's the name of the Hanar? They've got the action movies about the Hanar secret agent that runs around with a gun, like Blorbo or whatever the movies are called. Blasto.
Good enough.
Let me have like Blasto as a party member. Who's romanceable. Let me romance the jellyfish. Let me romance the big autistic creatures that are, like, talking tone tags. Right, give me some monster fucker species. Give me fewer humanoids. Yes, 84 is a respectable Metacritic score for Veilguard. I was talking to people about Veilguard's Metacritic score. If you look historically at like all the past Dragon Ages, they've always scored somewhere in the mid 80s. Mass Effect historically was like low to mid 90s. The last 2 BioWare games, Anthem and Mass Effect Andromeda, were respectively like mid 70s and like I think 59, so like around the 60 mark and around the mid 70s. So Veilguard being at like 84, 85 on Metacritic means cool. It's in line with historically what Dragon Age games have scored, and it is considerably above the last 10 years of BioWare's attempts, which to me says BioWare's back, baby. BioWare is back, and I am very happy about that. It's very nice to see pretty good scores for game that my name is somewhere in. 93 on Xbox. I guess Xbox have got they're less spoiled for choice over there.
Right.
Look, I dare say it,
I'll take
we're
from
back.
here.
We're back. It's as someone
Positive. You
as
three
someone
just
who
keep the
fucking
demons on me
loves
while I talk to
BioWare
him.
RPGs,
Derek,
it feels
Solus
good.
isn't gonna stop just because an old friend
Feels
asks
good
him
to see him
sleep.
back.
Solus needs someone to sell him another option, to help him justify changing his mind.
Oh, that's why they're back. You helped. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Without my nebulous involvement, my non-specific involvement, it wouldn't have come together. But you know, some of the internet say I'm the reason the game's unplayable. I like to think I'm the reason BioWare's back, baby. Jungaloom, I think Baldur's Gate 3 has inevitably lowered this game's Metacritic score. Baldur's Gate 3 was ambitious in ways that, like, a game that is like, this is a great return to form for the style of games that BioWare's great at, was never going to be as immediately attention-grabbing as thing that we've really not seen in the industry for ages happening. Baldur's Gate 3 is a particular kind of lightning in a bottle that I think this will inevitably get compared to, but I think it moving the direction it has for Veilguard, my personal opinion is, I think that's to its credit. I think that if it had... I think it being so different from Baldur's Gate is the thing that has saved it from those direct comparisons and has had people go, Baldur's Gate and this are just two very different things. Don't go in looking for the same thing in both. Hey, Blulu. Oh, sorry, yes. Thimba says, remember, folks, according to the very real NDA that BioWare said you should never mention Baldur's Gate 3. Yes, the very real NDA that I definitely signed. Or $800 in a gaming chair for a 10 out of 10 review. Sergeant Pastry says, the ultimate question here, is there someone who needs to take care of some calibrations? There is. There's a fucking Garrus reference we can find pretty early in this game. We might be able to see it on today's stream. There is a Garrus's calibrations reference in this, and I love it. Anyway, I believe in you, Varric. I think you can talk Solus down. I don't think you can talk Solus down. But I don't want to be the one that tells you he's beyond saving. I know you... Varric, if I told you Solus was beyond saving, you wouldn't believe me in the first place. You wouldn't believe me that he couldn't be saved. I'm going to support you.
We've got your back.
I know Harding's going to disapprove,
Anyone can get
but...
through to him. You can.
Thanks, Rook. Whatever else he is, he's my friend. And if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
Varric needs to... He would regret this forever if he didn't try.
More demons.
Take care of the team for me.
That's concerning, Varric. That's the kind of thing you say when you don't think you're coming back. I don't like that, Varric.
Hey, Chuckles. Hope I'm not interrupting.
Also, apparently at some point, I'm receiving the Rook's Coffer version of this game. I'm getting sent a box that's got, like, Solus's knife in it, his dagger and some stuff. I'm looking forward to that. I don't know when it's coming. It's coming at some point. I believe it is in the post somewhere.
I hope Derek is getting through to Solus.
Better talk fast. We can't hold these demons up forever.
Chuckles is a great nickname for that very, very grim, serious elfman.
The veil is is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage.
Solus, if you tell us what those precautions are, maybe we'll listen and go, oh, those are actually very sensible, we'll let you finish what you're doing. Because right now, all you're saying is, I'm going to open the void that's going to probably kill everyone that isn't elves. But trust me, bro, I'm doing it safely. Fuck, tell us!
Minimize them. People are dying right now. You need to listen. Please.
Bianca is dead. Many games...
People are always dying. It is what they do.
Solus, people are always dying, it's what they do, as a response to you're about to commit genocide by doing this thing you're doing. Not a good way to reassure that you have put precautions in place. Instead of saying, people always die, that's what they do, say, no, the deaths are not going to be as bad as you think they are. Here is what I've done to mitigate the risk. Solus, don't think so little of people. Explain to them, and maybe they'll see your stupid plan. Yeah, no, Bianca being destroyed is not very comforting. It feels very bad for Varric's chances.
Do you want me to take the shot?
Won't work. He's too powerful.
What if we disrupt the ritual?
How?
See those statues? If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two stay here.
Like,
Bring down the statue.
if Solus would tell us what his precautions he's taking are, and what the consequences of interrupting his
Storm could
ritual
tear
would
you
be,
apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
we can make an informed choice, you know?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
I'm a mage. I'll go.
Either way, someone needs to stay back and deal with the demons.
Who's coming with us into greater danger? My gut says we take Harding with us into greater danger, because the greater danger is to make sure Varric is safe, and I think Harding would kind of resent... Like, Nev, you're lovely, we've only just met. Harding... Varric's your ride or die, I gotta let you risk yourself for him.
Let's go, Harding. Nev.
Harding will risk everything to stop Solus.
You got it.
Harding greatly approves. There will be consequences. I suspect. I've heard. I hear rumor of consequence in these kind of games. Supposedly. Yes, Terra puts it well. Solus telling us what he's doing would mean that he would have to see us as more than idiot children that need to stop complaining and go to bed. That's the thing. It is purely he sees us as not significant enough to be worth explaining to. He's the adult in the room. Trust him. Trust him because he says so. He doesn't have to explain to you you're nothing. And that's like Solus's whole problem. He doesn't see us as
We
equals.
shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was some other better option?
The pillar's weak, but
It isn't falling. We need to push it.
I'm with you.
Together. Now!
You came a long way and made a valiant effort, Varric, but this story does not end with my downfall.
Push!
Until the end of Inquisition, he didn't see anyone else as people. I still don't think he does. I don't think he would do this if he saw other people as being as much people as he sees elves. He sees elves as more deserving than other species. And that any cost to other species is worthwhile because elves used to have things better. They deserve to be allowed to go back to that. Oh, Varric. Oh, Varric. Oopsie. It's just a flesh wound. He got stabbed in like the shoulder. He'll be fine. It's a magic blade. It'll like heal. It's a healing blade probably. No, that's more central than I thought it was. That is not as in the shoulder as it seems. Oh. Harding is a bit bruised up, it seems. Nasty face bruising. They seem a tad stronger than Solus. Solus was romanceable in Inquisition if you played specifically as a female elf. He was only romanceable if you were also an elf and a woman, because he's very straight. A heterosexual woman of his own, better than everyone else species is the only one he would like. That's the thing. He would only romance elves because he he sees other species as like children, as animals.
Solus?
Hey, buddy.
I stopped you from destroying the world.
I was not destroying the world.
Well, now's a bad time to explain that.
You disrupted my ritual. The magical energies pulled me here, into the Fade.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical body is unconscious, but you shed a few drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous connection.
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to control you, I would already have used it.
All right. You brought me here to talk. What are we talking about?
The Evanurus, or as you would call them, the Elven Gods. The creatures that escaped. In ancient times, they ruled the elves, but that was not enough. They sought not just to be obeyed, but to be worshipped. When I rebelled, they drew on the horrific magic of the Blight, corrupting all they saw until I trapped them.
Cool.
Thanks to you, though, I am now trapped. And the blighted
Cool.
Elven
Would have been
Gods
great
walk
if you'd
free.
explained that was a consequence of stopping the ritual. That would have been a great thing to say when we were like, we must stop, like, we're here to stop you. You could have gone, I'm fucking around with an elven god prison. I really wouldn't stop me right now. You're gonna make things worse if you do.
Right. You were innocently doing nothing when we came along.
The prison in which I had trapped them had begun to crumble. I was moving them to another.
Again.
So you weren't tearing down the veil and drowning the world in demons and wild magic?
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault.
Varric.
Yeah,
But
he
it's
said
always an
that's
explanation
your style.
after the fact
Never
from
quite lies,
Solus.
Clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He tried to talk to you anyway, and now he's hurt.
Varric is quite practiced at shading the truth himself.
So those things that got out, you said they were gods?
They said they were gods. Blighted, tyrannical, sadistic gods. It took all my power to imprison them millennia ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
So, yeah, so he's been trapped in the prison that they just got out of, and the thing was, he was trying to transfer them to another prison because this one was crumbling and they were probably going to get out. That does mean Solus probably will get out of this prison at some point. It's going to crumble to the point that, like, he is able to escape it. And I hadn't really thought about that the first time through this, but it does seem to suggest Solus is going to be trapped here a while, but the whole reason this prison wasn't going to work is because it was going to eventually fail.
That's really helpful. What are you, the elven god of sarcasm?
Lies, treachery, and rebellion, depending upon the story. And how could I help? I do not have my ritual dagger. I cannot access my network of mirrors to travel from the lighthouse to anywhere in the world. All I can offer is what I know.
Helpful advice from the elven god of, and I am quoting you here, lies, treachery, and rebellion.
Depending on the story.
The knowledge...
Elganan and Gillenane are your
the knowledge you have to share with us is the only thing you can offer. Cool. That thing that you famously are so willing to share knowledge. You're so willing to share the useful info you have, aren't you?
You want me to take the shot?
No idea what you have done. This is your responsibility.
Okay.
Well,
that's reassuring to see. Hey, Varric.
You're okay, but I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
trust me, kid. I've had worse. It'd take more than a flesh wound to stop me.
Nice, nice double bluff there, game. Cool, thanks.
Soon, though.
What happened?
I did my best to talk sense into Solus, but of course, he wasn't listening. He never does.
You had to try, though.
Did go a little wrong.
Yeah. Nev got everyone out. By the skin of her teeth, mostly. And before you start worrying, Harding will be fine. She's made of sterner stuff than either one of us. Or, at least, she's a lot tougher than me.
I should have come up with a better plan. I should have...
You worked with what you had. And you succeeded, by the way. World isn't drowning in demons.
It isn't over, though. We trapped Solus and the Fade, but something else got out. Something...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. Like your impulsive rescue of those captives from the Antam slavers. There's a reason I dragged you into this whole Solus mess. You're clever, adaptable, and you don't know when to quit.
Rook? You're awake.
Hey, Harding, how you doing?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. I was just looking for elf fruit.
No, it's fine. I was just going to stretch my legs.
Oh, Rook. Watch your step out there. If you put a foot wrong, you'll fall forever. Yeah, on top of everything else, the Illuvian took us to the Fade. The place where dreams come from, so... that. Yeah.
Then I really need to look around.
Yeah, you should. And we should talk about things. Maybe find Nev. She's outside, looking around. There's a room with a table down the stairs. I'll meet you there.
Go ahead, Rook. Me, I need to sleep. See you later, kid.
It's really interesting playing this a second time. It's very interesting. Does this mean that through the Illuvian network we have an RPG based on levels, Oh Be Still My Beating Heart? I mean, kinda, yeah. There is, like, a world that connects them. And, like, here's the thing. There are definitely... The first time you go to a new place, it's a very, like, linear, crafted story experience. You then revisit the area, and it is more of a open-ish map design. I think it strikes a really good balance between the open world and linear, like, more linear approaches of the things that BioWare likes to do. Oh, we got some fancy edition of the game costume options. Right, where do I... Oh, I can't... I don't believe I can actually try on my new outfit pieces quite yet. I gotta wait until I get access to Rook's room. Welcome to the Lighthouse, our equivalent of Haven or Skyhold this time. It's a castle in the void.
Look who's with us.
We're really in the Fade.
Land of raw magic, nightmares, and this, apparently. It's a lot to take in.
Harding thought we should talk about what comes next.
She's not wrong. But if you need a breather, can't hurt to look around first.
Look, I'll say this. It's nothing mechanical, and I know that's not a defense, but it is basically, do you want to wear a suit of armor that's kind of based on the old game? And look, I bought this game on disc with my own money, and I bought the basic edition. BioWare did send me an additional copy that had the fancy stuff. So today I finally put that code in and got the fancy stuff. Thank you, BioWare, for sending me the fancy edition. Okay, let's talk about the best feature of this as a hub. You come back here between missions, you see that, like, thing that's lit up and spinning in circles? That tells me there's an NPC in there who wants to talk and has, like, actual dialogue for me. So I can stand in this spot and scan around and go, oh, Nev up there wants to talk to me, and Harding over here wants to talk to me. I don't have to, like, run to every single person and individually check if they have dialogue, or if there's anything new. There's a little glowy thing that tells me someone here has dialogue.
What do we do?
Such a good, like, respecting my time feature.
Harding?
Oh, hey, Rook. How's it going?
I should be asking you that. I got you hurt.
This is a dangerous job. Everyone knew that signing on. There's so much to do. We have to keep going.
I really like that there is, like, a... I don't know if permanent, but at least, like, semi-permanent, pretty long-lasting visual impact to who we chose to take on that choice. That, like, oh, you can see that this character is beaten up specifically because, oh yeah, I took you on the dangerous bit. You are just, like, you are, like, bloodied and bruised from it. Also, yeah, the hair is so good. The hair effects are so nice. Like, I'm not even making the most of it. The textured hairstyles are really cool in this. Long hair, characters with long hair are really cool in this.
You don't slow down for much, do you?
You sound just like Varric. And I always said, well, someone's got to keep you on your toes, old man. So, that's what I'm here to do. That's what I have to do. We need to get back to the ritual site, don't we? Let's stop worrying about me and go do that. Come get me when you're ready to go.
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna flirt with Harding at every possible opportunity. Harding is really fun to flirt with. She is so fun to flirt with in this. Okay. Let's go. So yeah, now you can see they're not lit up and they're not spinning. No one there. Let's go chat to Nev.
Wisps. Figures are in the Fate, but I swear they're following me.
You alright?
Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
I know Varric wanted you for the job. You know the same about me. It's a start.
Oh, did I miss a chance to flirt with Harding in that last dialogue? I wasn't paying attention. Did I miss a chance to flirt with Harding? I might have done. Fuck. I might have missed a flirt opportunity with Harding by not paying attention.
I'm not sure stopping a ritual is the best way to meet
I'll say this, I'm
someone.
going to start by flirting
So
with
much for
everyone.
first
I'm going to do a
impressions.
little flirting with
Here's hoping
everyone.
I'm better
They're all
on
very
second.
flirtable.
Well, you're not bad so far.
You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately, what we know, or knew, before Solus changed the game.
And it's...
Not much. I'm sure Lace would hate to hear that, but one step at a time.
Okay, so step 1 is figure out what we're chasing.
Right. And the 20 other questions that need answers...
That's step 2?
I can see why Varric brought you on.
We've just got to start somewhere.
Yeah, the start of this is also, like, very on rails. Like, the start of this game wants to be like, hey, let's get you, like, a handful of party members and an introduction to the wider plot, some insight into the world, a grasp of the mechanics, before we open it up into, like, open world areas with, like, a whole bunch of quests and stuff for you to get lost in. Let's get the ball churning on what the game is. And it is in stark contrast to Inquisition, where famously, so many people will tell you, I started playing it and I never got out the hinterlands. It's like, yeah, I know that all too well. This seems like a direct response to don't let people get trapped in the hinterlands.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey, Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks. We all did.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
I already have a theory, based on the opening of the game that we've seen, that I won't tell you what my theory is, because if it's correct, it could be a pretty fucking major spoiler for this game. But I think there's been hints already at something that I think might be a big reveal, and I'll say this, I don't have any inside knowledge that would tell me one way or another whether it's true. Like, this is genuine speculation on my part. There's something that's happened already that I think is like a big clue to a thing. We've already had a I'm suspicious of this moment. Solus popped in my head for a little dream
I was
chat.
out cold. He showed up in my dream, and he's really mad that we stopped his ritual.
Good.
He's also trapped in some kind of prison in the Fade. Not happy about that either.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
I'm safe on that front.
Gumba, I'd say if it being correct would make it a major spoiler. If it happens to be correct, I'd say dodge it for today.
Like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
You know, we talk maybe we talk short to mid-term
Like I told you. He's
theories.
An elven god.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
Nev, I'm a mage. You're a mage. Solus is more than that. That ritual was more than some circle mage could have pulled off. Even more than a Tevinter Magister.
Alright, well, we've stopped the ritual and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood...
Gumba, I'll repeat what I said before. If it's something where if it turned out to be true, it would be like, oh shit, that's like an end of the game, I can't believe I didn't see it coming thing. If it's like that kind of prediction, where it would be that big of a deal if you turned out to be correct, I would say, just don't bring it up in this first stream. Because it might not be a spoiler, but on the chance that you're right, maybe we don't jump in stream 1 with it. Like, I think I have one of those where I think I might be right, and if I am right, it probably is on that scale. But I'm not gonna nudge anyone there this early in the game.
Magic to affect your mind.
I'm not certain of anything, but we're not out of danger.
What do you mean?
If you need to do something, like,
elven gods in
send me a Discord
trapped,
DM or something. Like,
So
send me a
those things you
message
took
somewhere
around
else
to
if you
Fade when the
must
ritual
ask it
went
somewhere.
wild. Those
As to not
Elgurnon and Gillinan,
risk ruining it for
two
anyone
of the
else.
ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against. When I talked with Solus, he was scared of them. He said they were horrific tyrants.
Tyrants so powerful, elven history remembers them as gods.
Solus says Elgurnon and Gillinan drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have two.
Yeah,
and they're
DM
not
me
just
on Twitter,
powerful,
I guess,
they're blighted.
if we're
need
mutuals
to get
there
out
and
there
you
and
want
stop
to
them.
share a theory.
Just like that, without Varric. And you're still getting back on your feet.
I'm fine. We can't just sit here and do nothing.
Like, I'll talk about
We
my
need to
theory a
investigate.
bit later in the
Figure
game.
out
I
what we're
think,
dealing with
I think a
before we
little
rush in
way
and
in,
make things worse.
there's a point where I'll
And
feel
how many
comfortable
more
talking
people
about
will
it.
get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
Look, I hate to say it, Harding. I love you. I love you. You're great, but like, Nev is right that we need to like actually prepare.
If Elgernon and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind. We need to know what they can do and what they want.
But we only have Solus's word about all of this.
Then let's go investigate for ourselves. We'll find out what we're dealing with, and then we take our shot.
Fine. The Illuvian led us here instead of back to Minrathous.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual site. Maybe we can find some clues at the scene of the crime.
Harding, are you okay to go?
I'm not gonna sit back while elven gods destroy the world because I have a headache.
All right then. Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
Right, okay, what are we doing? Find the Illuvian room. Yeah. Oh, I gotta plug my controller in. Ew, haha.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that Illuvian.
If it even takes us back to Arlethan.
Harding, you sure you're up for this?
Ah, my controller, sorry about that.
I'm fine.
Well then. Shall we?
Let's do this.
It's quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site. But if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Right. Let's take a look around and see if we can find any.
Sorry, I'm preparing for... I have to play a game that isn't Dragon Age this weekend because of work. I agreed to a stupid work obligation that was meant to be last week, and then it got pushed to... Are you alright if it starts on, like, Dragon Age weekend? Well, it's paid work, sure.
Cut it down.
I'm trying!
I have to stop playing Dragon Age so I can go ruin other video games.
I can't contain it!
I gotta go do some of that work that I don't always get credited on games. Sometimes I do work I don't get credited. This will be one of those, but you know what that means? That just means you won't know what video game I ruined next with all of my accessibility and wokery and whatnot. Most of the work I do in this regard, I'm sneaking around secretly
Harding,
ruining all your video
What are you
games.
doing back in Arlethan?
I got some more of that soon.
complicated.
Gotta ruin
can
more
see
video
that.
games.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife and Irulan. Varric and I met them when we first started hunting down Solus. They're veil jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
Yes, this is our
not your
last
fault.
party member we've got to get
Since
before
the
stuff starts
Skyward
opening
opened,
up.
The magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that have been
We'll
dormant
start
for
getting let
centuries
off the
coming
leash a
alive.
little bit after
This is because
picking
of
up
Finn
Alara.
Harrell's- Sorry. Solus's ritual, isn't it? You all were supposed to stop him.
I didn't see you there helping us. Maybe a little less fucking snarky.
We did stop him. The sky's not pulling itself apart anymore, is it?
But
But it didn't go as cleanly as we hoped. Solus got pulled into the Fade and two somethings got pulled out. Or someone's, I mean.
Ooh,
Two of
Mr.
the
L, hope you
evil
had a good time
elven
with it.
gods, Elgernon and Gillenane.
Mathalanast.
the elven gods of old, the Evan-Urus.
If they truly have returned.
Which they
Then
have,
things
yeah.
just got a whole lot worse.
I was really hoping the Dreadwolf was lying to us about all this.
He's the god of lies. But some things are sacrosanct, even to him. He might be a bastard, but he's a damn sight better than the Evan-Urus.
There's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evan-Urus, and a reason he imprisoned them.
But now they've escaped.
Tareth is in bad shape. We need to get him back to the camp.
We've still got dozens of Veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Lute. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
And also at blowing them up.
She was off looking for another artifact before this ritual shook everything loose. If anyone can get a handle on all this wild magic and the artifact it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right. Then you two get your friend back to your camp and we'll find Belara.
Sorry about this, one moment. Oh, they're just about on top of stuff. Harding, aid the Veil Jumpers. I don't want this to be a, oh, you're too injured, you're too weak. That's why we're not bringing you along. I don't want this to seem like I don't believe Harding could do it. I want to be like, no. The Veil Jumpers need someone to help, and I trust you to do that job.
Harding, I need you to stay with Strife and Irulan, alright?
What? No, I'm coming with you.
You're a great shot, Harding. You can help the Veil Jumpers here. They need you.
Fine. Since they need me.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper Camp.
Thank you all
just
for your
south
patience
of
while
here.
I have to manage work
Belara's out near
messages
some elven
on stream
ruins to
tonight.
the west. At least she was 3 days ago. I'd start your search there.
Good luck, Rook. And thank you.
Also, knock on wood, maybe it's a tempting fate to say, it feels like a little bit of the online shittiness might have tired itself out. I briefly opened Twitter to respond to a DM a second ago that was work-related. I was like, okay, fine, I'll open it for like a second. I saw my notifications tab for like half a second.
Is it
The last
me,
two
or is there
messages that
something
came in were
strange about
positive.
this fog?
So I'm like, okay.
I've never seen.
I'm not
fog.
tempting fate. It's probably still going to be more shit coming in. I'm still not going to look at Twitter for a bit, but that's a better success rate than it's been. So we're riding high today.
Something's not right.
Knock on wood, indeed. I have a wooden table. We can.
So that suit of armor is
Ooh,
moving.
hello.
There's a problem.
Oh, there have been death threats in my inbox, but no new ones since the stream started. So like, again, that's wins.
Oh, people.
Grimlock, that might have been a, well, that just happened. That might have been a little one.
Where'd you come from?
Look, it's a
Belara?
2024 video
Belara
game. You
Return?
might get a little
Strife
bit of,
and
well,
Irulan
that
sent
just
us to find
happened.
you.
Who are you, exactly?
Call me Rook.
Nev Gallus.
Wait, I know that name. But protocol is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me. I've only been gone 3 days.
Well, the situation's changed. For the worse, unfortunately. The elven gods Elgernon and Gillenane have escaped Fen'Harel's prison. And it seems like they want to destroy the world.
Oh, I gotta put my phone on charge for a minute, which means
Yes,
unplugging that controller that I just put on
very
charge.
much for the worse. Okay, wait. I need a second.
Oh, thanks, Freya. Terra, my read on Balara is a little bit autistic, a little bit ADHD. I think it's that ADHD combo. Because, like, yeah, my initial read was socially anxious, info-dumping autistic person. But later we get into some conversations about, like, she loves cooking but constantly forgets she's put the thing on the stove and burns the thing. And I'm like, ah, yes, I see.
It's a lot to take in.
It does sort of explain a few things, though.
Like what exactly?
The surge of raw magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts.
Here's the other thing about this game being woke that no one's really been talking about, because everyone's been shouting about certain aspects of this game being too woke. It's got blue hair and pronouns, etc. No one's really been talking about the fact that, like, there's a lot of characters in this... There are several characters in this game that really feel like they've been written to be, in various ways, neurodivergent. And I think that's great. I love that there's some very relatable neurodivergent written characters in here that have just flown under the radar because people had other things to be angry about. And that brings me some joy.
Here, a couple there. Then... a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous. Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veilgjumper camp, but...
But what?
See that shimmer?
Oh, melodramatic voice acting is definitely
it's
woke.
separating us from the rest of the real world, so to speak. You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get
I've not watched the Skill Up review. I'm gonna be honest. The thing that turned me off watching it was the fact that all of the worst people were holding it up as proof that every other review was wrong. They were like, oh, well, all these other reviews were very positive, but he says it's bad, so the YouTuber said it's bad, so specifically his fans seem to be very... Skill Up, the YouTuber, says it's bad, so all of the written... quote-unquote game journalist YouTubers who reviewed it positively, they must all be lying for money. He's the only one telling the truth. And, like, that, when you get that kind of vibe out of an audience, it's like, he might have very legitimate complaints about the game, I don't doubt. But you've created the kind of audience that make me skeptical of watching your work. Does that make sense? Like, that... Like, you're welcome to not like a game, but it's weird when your audience... Like, I never want, like, my opinion on a game to be something that, like, you lot from chat go and be like, everyone else must be lying about the game because Laura says something different. It's like, no, people have differing opinions sometimes. And I recognize this game is going to be divisive and there are going to be people who don't like it, but... Mr. L says, if I remember correctly, he tried taking steps to distance himself from such people after his Last of Us 2 review. Well, at a certain point, you have to work real hard to shift an audience like that. Also, yeah, we're going into a magical bubble that once you enter, you can't leave. And I was playing this and I was like, some of you in Twitch chat will recognize what I thought of when this happened, which was, oh, it's Season 3 of Dice Funk. Are we going to go find a guilt mirror so that we can sort our guilt out before we leave?
Strife and Ireland said you're their best veil jumper. Hope that means you've got an idea.
Maybe. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it safely, I mean, the bubble itself should
I'll say
collapse.
this, Tricky. I think once you get past this character's recruitment mission,
well then, let's get going.
it does a good job of separating itself from past games and going, hey, it's not really about Solus and the stuff from the last one. It is about this new group of people you're building and the stories that are important to them as people. Like, for all the people that complained about this game no longer being called Dreadwolf, which is a reference to Solus, the villain from Inquisition, and being renamed the Veilguard, and I get it. Doesn't flow off the tongue as well, I get it. The Veilguard is, in my opinion, a much better name for this. Because, like, if this had been called Dreadwolf, people would have come in with the expectation this was a game about Solus and the god, like, about the stuff from the last game. Very much once you get past this recruitment mission and things open up a bit, it's like, no. This is a game about your personal companions and the, like, storylines that are about, like, them and what's important to them being established. Doing quests to build your relationship with factions that are sort of unique to this and aren't really based in stuff from the last game. It does a lot of separating itself out from the Solus stuff. And I feel like Dreadwolf would have really given people the wrong impression of what, like, this game as a whole was going to be about. Once you get past, like, first 4 or 5 hours, it really puts Solus aside. Did you import your Inquisition save? I did make my choices from Inquisition. So some Inquisition stuff's gonna happen. I made my Inquisitor, so my Inquisitor will show up. Have a good night, Tricky. Yes, not to say that it's gonna be for everyone who didn't play, you know.
But these magical constructs
it's necessarily going to be for people who didn't play the last one, but I think it's worth knowing. We'll get there.
Spirits, not demons. They're animating those suits of armor. The armor's attuned to the artifact to protect it from threats.
Ah, and I'm guessing it sees us as threats.
Let's go. Yeah, so here's your first example of the first time you go to a new area, usually on a recruitment mission. It'll be, like, not entirely linear, like you can go a little off the beaten path, look for little collectibles and things, but it's definitely
water just swirling into the air,
taking you on a more guided path the first visit.
The anomaly, I mean, never seen one this size though.
It's usually like this. You'll get a little guided tour that'll take you past, like, some things that are unique to the area, and will sort of get you on the path. Where do we want to be going? We want to be going up there. I should be up there. Right. Tara says, this taking place 20 years after Inquisition helps make the new factions feel believable. Like these Veil Jumpers, I can see them forming after Inquisition. Well, yeah, exactly. It's you need the Veil, like the Veil Rifts to have been an established thing, or there to be time for like a community of people who have a different relationship to the Veil to sort of have time to flourish, I guess. Yes, this is set 20 years after Inquisition.
So let's deal with them.
Oh yes, let's... Now I have access to companion abilities, so I can start doing other character powers from this little pause menu. Oh yeah, so you get 3 cooldown abilities per companion, plus 2 buttons that are dedicated to like real-time light, regular and area of effect attack, at least on mage. Then, whether they're pressed or held, changes them between light and heavy versions. Plus there's another mechanic that'll increase the number of buttons as well in a minute. Have there been any male party members beside Barrack? I'm wondering if that's one of the reasons the gamers have their knickers in a twist. I mean, not that we've reached yet. There are. There's 3 male party members that we will meet, but none of them are the first ones you meet. You start off with Harding, Nev. We've just met Balara. I think we're gonna have... I think it's party member 4 is your first... Like, the next recruitment... Like, the next time you choose to go on a recruitment mission, that'll be your first male party member added to the team.
Any ideas on what the artifact we're looking for might be?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite. We might find some clues in the ruins, though.
I don't usually see elven ruins that haven't been picked over.
Ooh, yeah. I love that when you pick up a piece of equipment, you can press one button to just straight away go to the do you want to equip,
Not many
look at the
people
stats and
come
equip
this
it
far into
screen.
Arlathan. Just veil jumpers, mostly.
And people trying to save the world, apparently.
Choose you, Adam. You can date any of the party members in this you want. You can be as gay as you like. It is up to you how gay you want this to be.
Do you know what
Every amount of gay is an option.
Well, isn't this a sight?
Wait, is this? No, it can't be. Not here.
Can't be what?
We have to get over there. The artifact we're looking for must be.
And trans, exactly.
It almost feels like an armory. Or something like that.
I'm kind of hoping we can get far enough today that I can show you...
Warlords.
Ancient
elves had a lot of them.
The bit of trans content early on in this that made me do a little happy cry, I'm kind of hoping we can get to that tonight.
Oh, no, we can make a bridge. There should be a power crystal somewhere nearby.
There we go, let me have the power
Bring
crystal.
it over here and slot it in. And there we go. Easy.
Wow, isn't that something?
A resonance amplifier. It's drawing magic from the ring temple to this area. I need to shut it down before we can go up the path. But
Can you form
doing
a
that
polycule
won't attract
invaders?
any-
I don't know. I know of at least one character that you have to be exclusive with. I don't know about other people, how they are about it.
Nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
Tara says, I wonder if I haven't gotten there yet or I didn't notice. What, the trans bit that made me very happy. I can give you a spoiler-light description. Have you yet reached the point where you are customizing Rook's room at the lighthouse and like placing some artifacts around the room? Like there's like a mirror and some other stuff you like place around the room. Okay. When you looking at that mirror, you have one of your choices is, hey, do you want to look at some gender stuff? And there was a very sweet thing in the gender menu. Oh yeah, we have a shield as well, which I haven't really been using. I'm a dodge girly rather than a shield user. Yeah, when interacting with the mirror, there is an option to be like, clicking this option will have options about gender identity. And that is your opportunity to establish trans Rook. And the way the dialogue was handled for the thing I chose was very sweet, and it made me very happy. I'm hoping we can get to that tonight. I'm trying to remember if that's... Is it after this Balara mission, or do we have to go do one more recruitment before we get to customize that room? I think it is after this stuff with Balara. I think it is after this that we get to do that room. This is one of the longer intro missions, but we'll see how far we can get tonight. Oh yeah, other stuff I hadn't described is the sort of sweeping magic attack is good against shields, as well as like hitting in multiple directions. It afflicts status better than the default attack despite being slower. But you can also, if you look in the sort of lower left of my triangle of things, there's a circle. you can fill up some meters of it to have it charged to be a stronger version later, and you can kind of have it charged but not use it immediately. Also, Balara's got some healing magic for me. The environment art style is very God of War. It's very pretty. It does look very nice. That environment art. I'm a big fan. There's some lovely, gorgeous environments. Hey, little stair guard. Time to wake up. Also, I can use the party members' abilities without going to the pause menu as well. I just forget it's an option. Like, if I hold L2, you can see my abilities in the middle, but also, like, D-pad right would get Balara to use a heal on me, for example.
Seeing these kinds of ruins never gets old.
Anything here that can help you piece together what exactly that artifact is?
Sure, the theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
Do you think the shift away from dark fantasy was to try and bring in a new audience, or maybe to stand out from all the other games that have adopted that style since? I think, for all of the love that I have of... how do I put this? For all the love that I have of Dragon Age as a series, I think Dragon Age as a series has spent a long time trying to work out how to assert itself, its own unique identity that isn't just BioWare's medieval fantasy RPG of its own. And I know some people who are big Dragon Age fans will debate that. I think if you've played the games, I think you might feel differently. But I think outside perception, like, there's not... It's a series that has constantly, like, tried to reinvent itself and work out what its thing is. And my suspicion is the direction it's gone is more... Like, this is a pure guess. The Mass Effect games have always scored higher than the Dragon Age games in a lot of ways, and the thing that they do, that sort of makes them what they are, is this real tight focus on the character stories are more important than the world-saving story. And specifically, I think, like, the peak of that was Mass Effect 2 and, like, the loyalty missions before the suicide mission. And I think, like, people talk about that being the peak of BioWare. People talk about Mass Effect 2 being BioWare at its peak. And my suspicion, like, as a purely guessing from the outside observer, is that it is maybe an attempt to go, what is it about that people look at and go, that is peak BioWare? And can we capture some of that here? Can we capture that thing that made Mass Effect 2 so special by being more about the characters? Because the way we do narrative and cutscenes and companion quests, we have a very strong identity there. Yeah, Inquisition definitely started some of that shift. I think if nothing else, I think it's Mass Effect that probably explains a lot of the Dragon Age series shift. Trying to find a middle ground of this seems to be the thing that we do that where we have the strongest identity and that people seem to like us doing. Let's try. And I know some people are going to be like, I want them to go back to more like, or the Baldur's, like, because you know the original Baldur's Gate was made by BioWare, and I know some people want them to go back in that direction, but the more Mass Effect stuff's been is typically been the stuff I've thought has been more solid from them. But
We've got company.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We've had a lot of competing, like, dry medieval fantasy. I wouldn't even necessarily say dark. Like, takes itself quite seriously medieval fantasy has become more popular ground for video games over the last decade, for sure. Oh, thank you, Oversolar. Thank you for the happy partnerversary.
So if this is an armory, what sort of artifact are we finding? A weapon?
An archive spirit.
A what?
A creature of the Fade, bound to a crystal. Ancient elves use them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
Ah, we're going to go find an ancient species bound to a hologram. What is this? The Prothean archives? Oh, BioWare, you quite like to have an ancient species in hologram form to gain knowledge of the past from. Burn.
Methalinast. Darkspawn.
Honestly, on previous game spoilers, well, we played through Inquisition on stream.
I never would have believed it.
So I think that's fairly fair game. And I don't think there's anyone here who's like, I'm desperate to not get spoiled on Dragon Age 1, 2, or Origins at this point. I think Inquisition's really the only one we would have had to think about it for, and having pretty recently streamed it, I think we're probably okay for past game spoilers.
Once I shut it down,
within
the
this
path ahead
series.
will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
Got your back.
I'm on it.
Okay, come on.
We're not alone. Oh, look at that.
Oh, I should see if I have any points for the skill tree yet. I haven't been paying attention to if I've leveled up to the skill tree at all. Now that I have more party members, I should probably pay attention to that.
I've never seen Darkspawn this deep into our.
Oh yeah, I'm level 3, I should do.
As far as I know, it's never happened.
Could the Elven Gods be commanding the Darkspawn? Solus did say they were blighted.
You saw those Darkspawn, though? Something was different about them.
Yeah, here's a good opportunity to have a look at the ridiculous skill tree. So I want to go through the burst tree, because that's going to get me electrical powers, and then work my way around to Spellblade, which I can only unlock at level 20. So let me start with... I need a direction. Yeah, Fade Strike. Into here. To unlock Chain Lightning to get us started on the electrical power tree, and... Large attack damage is higher versus maximum mana. Let's have more maximum mana. This will get us to Perfect Cast. Then come down this way, in through this tree. Out and down here and into Spellblade is my approximate game plan. Right. Okay, currently none of the other characters are on my skill tree, my options list here. I can't start statting anyone else up yet. Cool, that's fine.
We'll stop them once
Good
we
to
get
know.
out of this bubble.
Right. Let's get to that central temple.
Okay, let's break down that wall.
Darkspawn, right when you broke that wall.
Let's man the heavy artillery! Snorted. Oh, it's so satisfying to just be able to laser blast scenery out of the way. Just laser. Laser!
And another resonance amplifier.
Should be the last one, I hope.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. Hello, ominous guards who are definitely not going to wake up. Just beat a level 25 boss type monster at level 13. It was a long fight. Was it one of the champions? Did you go find a champion nice and early? Those can be a little high level for when you stumble into the... Yeah, I thought so. Yes, first time I stumbled into one of those, I was like, I might be a little underleveled for this, but I'll give it a try. I need to start firing my chain lightning when I get a chance in a sec.
Last barrier's down. We're close. I can feel it. Have you noticed something about the blight? Where it is, I mean? It's almost like it's feeding off the elven magic.
That would be bad. Prefer it if it didn't do that. I appreciate that this game is pretty good about if you blast through boxes, there's probably going to be a reward. There's probably going to be something you can find in there. Rarely does this game give you a place you can smash stuff and not give you at least, like, a couple of gold underneath it.
If that building's what I think it is, then the alignment means we're here. This is it. This is where it was kept.
Where what was kept?
The archive spirit, or as the ancient elves called it, Nodus Durthalin. It means the inevitability of knowledge.
Why is it called that?
I don't know, actually. The notes were never very clear on that, but I plan to find out.
More constructs ahead.
The inner sanctum. We're getting closer.
Oh, well, Terra, if that turns out to be the case, welcome to the ADHD club. Welcome to the Welcome to the combo squad. We either have all the focus or none of the focus. There's no in between. Welcome.
Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
Then let's go find one.
Okay, we need another power orb, and it's there. How are we going to get to it? We're going to take this first power orb. Use it to open this door over here. Pop some grossness.
Another ballista. I bet we could use it to break through that wall.
Is that all of them? I'm gonna say that's all of them. Arkane says, I like that you kind of lean with the turns as you run. Yeah, there's a lot that feels very smooth about the movement. It all feels just very nice to move around in.
We did it. All that's left is the Nodus Strathallan. I have so many questions for it.
You're going to ask it questions?
It's an archive spirit. You'll see. Okay.
Yeah, I would say a lot of the older Dragon Age games have mechanically aged a little roughly.
Oh, I wish.
They feel a little stilted, some of the older ones, to play, you know,
As if Darkspawn
as time has gone on.
Animated suits of armor
This
aren't
definitely,
tricky enough.
particularly coming off the back of Inquisition, this feels really nice to be moving around in.
What do you mean by tricky, exactly?
If I remove the artifact the way I'd usually do it, it'll explode and take out half of Arlathan with it. Good news is, I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay, here we go. The way the magic is pulsing, I've never seen this before. It's almost like it's breathing.
Ooh, it's a big boy. You would not look out of place in like 2016 Doom. Beautiful beastie boy. Okay, you're weak to fire, that's a good start. Let's slow down time, hit you with some fade bolts. Try and really capitalize on a quick start. Yes, some of the returning mechanics from Inquisition in this are like, oh, it's the Inquisition thing, but just more intuitively done. I'm like, yes, thank you. Oh yeah, there is a witch time mechanic, yeah. There is, it's not strictly witch time, but it's really not that far from witch time. It's the closest the Dragon Age series has had to a witch time mechanic, for sure. Would it help if I called it witch time next time I activate it? Witch of the Wild's time. Okay. Activating Witch time. Alright, let me just approve that quickly. Grimlock says, it's only witch time if your character screams fuck off when doing a combo during it. Okay, next time, I will at least say fuck off during witch time. If that'll help. We'll get there. Look, it's like 11 o'clock at night, and I have neighbours. I'm not gonna scream fuck off. Don't want the cops getting called thinking I'm having a domestic or something. Ooh. Let's do a flaming Kamehameha at them. I should have done it stood slightly further back so you could see the beam properly. Oh yeah, that's the other one. There's also an ultimate that's now been unlocked, so there's more buttons. Don't worry, gamers, we got more buttons.
Well,
that do more things.
To fight an ogre today.
And that's before we've even
Again,
unlocked combo abilities.
Rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
I have no idea if Jane's awake or asleep. I would think she's probably awake, but sometimes she goes to bed early. If she's doing a sleepy.
Okay.
Again, more reasons I wouldn't want to scream fuck off right now. I want to be a respectful partner. Like I was the other night when I stayed up till 2 AM playing Dragon Age, but I turned the volume down.
I think. Oh. Ooh, what does that crystal do? Keeps the artifact powered. Focuses the ambient magical energy. That's why these things still work.
Mr. L, I'll say this. I would love to see this on Switch 2. I would love to have this on a Nintendo thing. And I'll say this. It can run at 60 FPS on the Xbox Series S, and it's verified on Steam Deck. Those are two things that, like, in the last, I'm going to say, like, 6 to 12 months, I've been looking at as, like, pretty good signs for, like, a game that you could port to Switch 2 probably, like, reasonably well. If it's running on both of... If it's doing 60 on Series S and verified on Steam Deck, it feels like the kind of game that Nintendo would probably want to line up as, like, next-gen launch support. And again, I got no insight on that, but I would love to see it. I think it would be very cool.
No, you don't.
Because they've clearly put a lot of work into making this scalable to different hardware configurations, and remarkably well so. Like, this runs surprisingly good on Steam Deck, which is impressive. Here we go. Here's the Prothean hologram I was talking about.
Well then.
I am the Nada Stirtharan.
Right. I have questions.
I am the Nada Stirtharan. What do you...
Mr. L says, wouldn't surprise me if they actually managed to keep the budget under control as well. I have no insight on what the budget was, but I'll say this. It's a game that famously, like, publicly has been said, started life as a live service game, and then at some point pivoted to being a single-player game, and has been in development probably since around the time of Andromeda Anthem-ish time in some form. Developing in one direction and then hard pivoting a game, historically not been a cheap decision to have made, but yeah. Terra says, good job BioWare for not ignoring people without top tier PCs. Yeah, getting like this to be like, oh, it's the most gorgeous game I've ever seen on a top end PC, but it also runs on Steam Deck. Like, that's good. You know what I'll say for this? It's the first time in a while I've watched a Digital Foundry video about, like, a newly released console game also launching day and one on PC, where they've gone, no, this is honestly just, like, a really fucking good PC port. And I'm like, oh, You actually liked a PC port of a sort of console-focused AAA game. You thought it had a good PC port. Ooh.
So that's the Notisterthallen?
It was, or is, I mean. Crystal's broken though, needs fixing. It's kinda my thing, fixing magical stuff. Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn. Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil-Jumper camp.
Ooh, I got more skill points. How am I going to progress along this? Let's go... Hey, we went to maximum mana, so now we can get perfect cast, and that'll get us either... Where do we go next? Stagger from abilities, or... damage. Yeah, I think we're going to go stagger, and then get into this little cluster, and come that way. See, what stuff can we get before we leave? Ooh, a new longbow for Balara. Sure, we can equip that. Okay, yeah, I think we're good.
Ready to go?
I just say, everyone, we're 2.5 hours into the stream and everything's still chill. Genuinely did not expect to get this far in before I had to hit one of the pre-prepared buttons on the stream deck for this situation. This has been lovely.
Let's get moving.
Come on, I'll show you the way to the Veil-Jumper camp.
You know what? I'm confident enough. I'm taking slow mode off entirely in Twitch chat. No more 10-second delay. You can spam in chat now if you like, chat. Oh no, Grimlock Master, I'm not fucking around with the button. The button is like, this is the equivalent of we flip up the cover, we put the key in, we turn it. It's for emergencies
Some of our
only.
most experienced fighters are still missing.
We're running out of veil jumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
Yeah, if you wanna post like 100 emojis in a row of the trans flag, I can't stop you anymore. Yes, I have the nuclear option button. I have less severe buttons, but I have the nuclear button ready. YouTube has largely been handled by me just having a thing that says you have to have been a YouTube sub for like a week to comment over there. That's kept that
living
quiet.
in that village, or near enough.
Welcome, Raiders! Hi, everyone! My name is Laura. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. We're playing Dragon Age the Veilguard. It's just come out. A little bit of context. I did some work on this game. My role in the credits is cultural consultant. Make of that what you will. But I did some work on this game, but that does mean any time where I'm praising this game, take it with a grain of salt. I cannot be trusted to not have corrupted opinions. I'm one of those, you can't trust anything I say, because look, I'll tell you that I like this game, but ooh, I did get money from the devs to do something on it. Tee-hee.
You're back, and you're alive. Good.
Sounds like things have gotten a lot
The
worse
rumors
since
are
you
that I
left.
wokified the game. I can neither confirm nor deny whether I was responsible for
attacking anyone in
wokifying
their
the
path.
game.
We've evacuated
I might have
3
wokified the
Davis
game a
settlements
little.
already.
We ran into Darkspawn too, near the Notisterthallen.
Wait, you found the Notisterthallen? The archive spirit? We could ask it about the gods. Figure out their next move.
It's also really nice, the variety of voice acting accents on show. It's nice when you have a game where it feels like, as you're traveling a world, people come from different places. I can love that.
If it weren't broken, maybe, but we're not getting anything out of it anytime soon.
Meanwhile, veil jumpers are disappearing. Something out there took them.
I know. But maybe, if we find them...
We find the gods, or at least some sign of where they might be.
But Arlethan Forest is huge. Where do we even begin to look for them?
Demeda's Crossing.
What?
Irulan and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demeda's Crossing. We could go check it out. The three of us, I mean.
You mean 4? You're not leaving me behind.
You were just wounded. We can...
You'll have to tie me up to keep me here.
I don't know what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people, and it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demeda's Crossing's on the far side of the lake.
Demeter's Crossing is probably the last thing we're doing today, because I'm pretty sure it's after Demeter's Crossing that we can unlock the mirror that lets you say you're trans, and I think that's where we're going to end today, because I want to get to the mirror where you say that you're trans. I think is a nice place to wrap. It'd be a nice thing to see today, before I probably go downstairs and play like another 2 hours of my own playthrough before I go to sleep.
We'll need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
Yes, now things start opening up a bit. So we're not like fully open. We're still a little more on the near parts yet, but we can do some things like
some pain? I have what you need.
we can sell valuables we don't need, which gets us money, but it also raises our popularity with the faction. We can buy stuff, which might include better weapons. Ooh, better bow for Harding. Let's have that. That would be a better dagger, but that's fine. Yeah, let's have that. And some of the stuff in the shop you literally can't buy until you've leveled up with the faction.
And now that we've met...
Let's quickly equip some of this stuff. Okay, I can start spending points on my party members now. Oh, weirdly, and I never feel this way, I want to have a cursor in those menus rather than move around them organically. Maybe it's just because I've been playing that way, but I changed this setting and I want to change it back. Where was it? Was it in accessibility? Now, what would it have been in controls? Gameplay. Oh, interface. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Let's go. Oh, welcome, Raiders! Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm having a moment of trying to remember where a setting was in my settings menu. Hey, it's me, Laura. You might know me. I do stuff on the internet. I did stuff on this game. You can look in the credits. It says cultural consultant and then me. What does that mean? I don't know. The internet has decided it means I made every woke decision in the game and responsible for all of them. Who can say whether that's true or not? But I am enjoying this game that you can't trust my opinion on because can't be objective, can I? I can't work out where this settings menu I'm looking for is. I'm just gonna quit looking for it. Oh, thank you for the bits, Casey, and thank you for the sub, Steph. I had someone cool worked on this game. Hell yeah. What in a spoiler light away as possible, what were you up to? Because you were streaming this as well, Steph. Were you playing from the start of the game, or were you playing wherever you were at in your own playthrough? I'm curious roughly what you were doing on stream. Forest Mourner, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the sub. Sorry, my brain's all over the place today.
What hasn't happened? This area is where Tevinter Magisters destroyed Arlethan City centuries ago. A lot of blood magic during the war.
And now?
Whatever Solus did stirred up everything again. The old blood magic from the war.
Ah, come on. That's how we do it.
Ancient relics appear out
Oh,
of thin air.
SVC, thank you very much for the partner anniversary, which I didn't know was today until I started streaming, but what a fitting day to be streaming this game. I started from a very little ways in. I just met the man with the beard who has a spooky version of himself. Oh, okay, yeah, you're a little further ahead than me. You were, Lucanus. Lucanus is fascinating. I'm very intrigued by Lucanus, and crossing my fingers that they do a good job with the themes they seem to be dabbling with him. Early on, it does seem like, ooh, you are playing in some serious territory, but also, I trust that you've handled it pretty well. I hear BioWare, it brings people in sometimes to ask them about stuff, and that's reassuring. Jolly Jack Gang, that is not a thing I believe I have the power to do. I cannot refund a gift sub to someone who I don't know who did you a gift sub to this channel. I do not know how one would do. Someone got you a gift sub you do not need. There you go. It has done you no harm. Okay, right, let's get the boat.
Rook, you ready to go?
Yeah, let's head straight over there. I want to go get the plot done, because I want to go find the mirror where we talk about being trans.
You sure you're up for this?
I'm fine. I need to get back in the fight.
Then let's go.
Yes, this is the last of the sort of on-railsy initial segment before it sort of opens its doors up a bit and lets us have a bit more room to stretch our legs.
This thick in Demetta's Crossing.
I do love me a good spooky folk town.
This isn't right. The dock usually has people bringing goods to market, bartering and shouting. It's always busy.
Something happened here.
Stay sharp.
No, that's fair, Jolly Jack Gang. I don't believe I have any way to see who gave you a gift sub, so... That person presumably purchased a gift sub to the channel because they wanted me to receive some money for a sub, not minding who received that sub. I have no way of seeing who that person was.
It's so quiet.
Too quiet.
Where is everybody? It's market day. People should be out selling eggs and buying bread. But everything's just abandoned.
They barricaded the main entrance into town.
To keep something out?
No, to keep something in.
Yeah, I was saying this just before the raid came in. I love how good this game scales to different hardware. Like, that this game can look as gorgeous as it does on high-end PCs, but also can run at a decent frame rate on Steam Deck. Like, they have done such a good job of, like, tailoring this nicely for different hardware profiles.
Keep them in, Mayors.
You okay? What happened here?
Keep them inside. Listen to the mayor.
Hello?
I don't think he can hear us.
Everyone has to stand.
I don't really want to stay inside, mate.
We'll be rewarded. All of us.
I don't think any of you are going to be much help, if I'm honest.
Powerful magic to dominate the minds of these villagers.
The town square.
We need to search
Oh, I do love my just laser blast.
Fan out.
My big green laser is... Oh, so good.
Look at that.
Evelyn Void correctly says, Alex from Digital Foundry seemed happy to report on a good PC version from EA for once. I think he was saying, like, it's nice to see a modern AAA console game get a day one PC port that is good.
Weird.
That just doesn't happen. I'm like, hell yeah.
Never.
Game that seems to, like, actually be good on launch on PC seems to be a rarity. Hey, Phoenix says, I've missed a lot of the context, so I'm assuming this village has been at the Urgot-infected wheat. They seem a little wonky. We picked up Balara. We heard that there was blight happening at a place called Demeter's Crossing. We've come to investigate the blight. It seems like there's a lot of it about. Like a suspiciously large amount of blight very quickly for this tiny little town.
Something big. Stay sharp.
Over there. 2 more survivors.
Hey.
Evelyn Void says they did a video on the worst PC ports last year, and the top 3 were all published by EA.
They're talking about Jahel.
Yeah, it is impressive that this is the game that got it right.
Find the mayor, then maybe we'll find your friends.
Fingers crossed it marks a new era for EA PC ports. That'd be lovely. Add it to the list of pleasant surprises about this game.
Look,
that it managed to come together good.
Round up, everyone.
Get them inside.
We will be rewarded.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you all there. I'm sure you will be rewarded by the mayor for this, I'm sure. Fee says, I'll save your trip. Blight sucks. Yeah, but if it's spreading this quick, we should probably, like, find out
one of your fellow
why, or if it's gonna happen again.
Balara.
Jahel, he's alive.
Yeah, this amount of blight has happened in a couple of hours.
We'll get you down, Jahel.
No, listen. The gods have returned.
Yeah, we'd heard.
I saw them. I heard their voices.
The gods did this?
A blood ritual to release the blight. And the villagers, they said they needed power. Balara, be careful.
Yummy, yummy, blood for the blood magic. I think this does a decent job of setting the stakes for quite how big of a problem these gods are going to be very quickly. Like, just a whole village just squeezed for blood very, very fast.
Come on, that sounds close.
Hey, Mayor. I can't help but notice you still have your blood. Person in a position of power, not the first one on the chopping block. Yet the leopards eating faces still came and ate your face. In my personal playthrough, I have all but one of the companions now. I've got the Necromancer left to get, but otherwise, I'm coming up on having my full party of friends now. And so far, all of them, superb. Not been one that I've been like usually in this kind of game, there'll be at least one party member I'm like, if I have to piss someone off in an argument, it's going to be them. I don't mind if they don't like me.
I know you.
There's yet to be
You're
one
the
I'd be
mayor of
okay
this
with
town.
disliking me in this.
The people. Are they,
Blighted. Dead. All of them.
Missing their blood.
Gave them to the gods, didn't you? Didn't you?
They were in my head. Infecting my thoughts. They made me do it. Please, help me.
You're not going anywhere until I get the full story.
I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told
Oh, I
me
tried to
move the
protect
Veilguard to
them.
the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gilneain's new creation. She showed me gold. So much gold.
You were willing to round up a group of people and sacrifice them for everyone else's safety for the promise of gold. Is that all it took? Just... they'll pay me.
All this for gold? The villagers, the veil jumpers, the blights everywhere. Dimena's Crossing is dead because of your greed.
I didn't know. You don't understand what it was like to hear those voices.
The gods exploited his greed and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die. The blights everywhere. What if the dragon comes back?
If we let you go, you'll run straight
Hey,
back to the
JK in
gods.
the YouTube chat.
They were
I
in
will
his
answer
head.
you in 1
Their
second.
influence might linger.
I understand what they do now. I won't be tempted again, I swear.
Rook?
While I make this choice, JK in the YouTube chat says, "Hi Laura, big fan. How are you? Is this game as good as the previous ones? It's been a while since I played any Dragon Age games." So, I'm good. The internet's very loud at the moment, but I'm good. So before I tell you whether this game's as good as the other Dragon Ages, disclosure, I worked on this one. You can see me in the credits. It says cultural consultant, and then it says me. So I can tell you my opinion on this game, but also, I can't. My opinion can't be trusted. Of course, I'm going to say it's good. That being said, I do think it's really good. Like, I'll tell you some things that I think this does differently to other Dragon Ages to give you a sense of where I land on it. Compared to Inquisition, I think this does a much better job of not being way too open and unfocused too early. It doesn't have that you never leave the hinterlands problem that, like, that Inquisition kind of has. It is plot to get you moving and to get you taught the mechanics before it, like, gets you, like, locked in and invested before it sprawls out. I really like the combat. It's a lot more action RPG focused than the series has historically been, but I think it plays really nicely. Love the companions. Like, I'll be open. Things that, like, that I don't mind, but I can see some people might not like. It's got a bit of... You've got to have a bit of suspension of disbelief because you're given a, like, the world is going to end plot. And then it is very much a game about, like, doing things for the people around you and their stories. There is no urgency for the saving the world plot. And that is not going to be to everyone's taste. I think it's great, but then again, I did Nebula's Secret some kind of work on it, so I can't be trusted. But I think it's fab. There you go. There's my answer, working around the fact that you can't trust anything I say. I'm clearly biased. Tee-hee. Anyway, I'm gonna save him. This man's a dick. Maybe we can get some benefit from this later, but also, like, I don't want to establish us as the Veilguard as, like, petty. Also, like,
Let's get him out of there. What?
I don't want to be. I don't want to kill someone because he's a dick.
I
want to
know.
be better than that.
Then why spare him? We
Like,
don't
I know
kill
it's not going to be a
people, not
popular
like
choice
this.
with my party, but
We're not murderers. We're not like the gods.
Thank you.
I didn't ask for your gratitude.
Then, if I may offer some advice, steel yourself. I felt their power. The promises they make, it's irresistible.
Then try harder next time. Don't
Yeah,
let me regret saving you.
it's named the Veilguard for a reason. It is a game about this group of people and their stories, and you building up your little friendship squad. More than ever, the world, you know, the saving the world plot, it's gonna get there eventually, but it's not
The Fade had opened, and
the driving
gods were
force.
free. Thanks to Solus, they'd woken up to find their empire, their subjects, even their fellow gods.
Yeah, I don't want him coming back
all gone.
full of elven god magic and pissed at us later.
But they still had the power of the Blight. And corrupting.
Yeah, I would like to see him come back later a changed person. I want to have an opportunity to see... Look, if he dies now, we see nothing of him later. I want to see if, like, if it leads to shit, good or bad.
To rebuild their empire. As a path to...
I love this storybook narration layer they have over this.
And everyone would pay for it.
The little bits of 3D they integrate with the 2D to have, like, effects in the art that we want to be a little otherworldly, is pretty neat. Right, fast travel. Yes, there's a lot of, nice quality of life stuff. There is nothing in this game to stop you just fast traveling around nice and quick, rather than having to run back and forth and back and forth. Let's go. And then I think I can go find the trans mirror in a minute, which is the thing I've been aiming to get to tonight. That's probably we're gonna wrap for today.
Did you find our scouts?
They're dead. I'm sorry. Elgernon and Gillenane sacrificed them in some kind of ritual.
Creators. What about the rest of the village?
The ritual spread blight everywhere. The entire village was overrun.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Elgernon and Gillenane used them like puppets.
What do I think of the grifters who've been shouting about this game? They've been shouting about this game for about 6 months. It was never about anything specific in the game. The grift has been brewing like long before. Like, I'll say this. This is all the airtime I will give the grifters. I really don't want to think about them more than I need to because they're not worth my effort, but I'll say this. They may today tell you that their gripe with the game is, no, it's the writing in this scene, or this is too forced, or this is... Like, they might point at specific things in the game today and tell you that that's why they're being angry little grifters about it. But all of those people have been grifting about it for months. First, it was Corrine Bush and Tash Weeks are involved in making the game, and they happen to be trans and non-binary, therefore game's going to be woke. Then it was, we've heard rumors about a certain character's gender, game's going to be woke. They've been looking for reasons to get shouty, because the grift was never about actual in-game content. Like, the first big wave of like grifting in like the immediate run-up to the game was when a wonderful content creator on YouTube, Unifade Walker, made a video after getting to go hands-on with the game about the fact that the character creator had top surgery scars. It was like that creator has had months of being like harassed and hassled by the grifters. Like, any of those grifters that tell you it's the writing in insert scene I've posted a video of out of context, that's why I'm angry at the game. No, they're trying to disguise the fact that they're transphobic and they want an excuse to shout at a game that has trans content. And they are looking for excuses that they can point at and say, this is why we're angry, because that sounds better than we're trying to be transphobes. Because if you look at the criticism I've had after I said I was involved in the game, none of it was about content in the game. All of it was like, here's a picture of like a raw chicken with a wig on it, that's you. The bit where you put the stuffing in, that's your genitals, trans person. Like, that's the level of stuff the grifters have been doing. Because, like, that's not what you do when, like, the actual game content is bad. That's what you do when game content bad is a dog whistle you're using so that people will go be shitty. And, like, I say this as someone who's like, I've largely ignored all the stuff. I just deleted Twitter off my phone, and that made it really fucking easy to ignore them. But yeah, this is all I will... I'm not going to give the grifters any more time, and I'll say, hey, any of you that are regulars here in chat, just don't bring them up. I don't need to chat about them. I don't need to think about them. But that's what I think of the grifters. They're looking for things after the fact to justify the grift. The grift is... There's diversity in this game, and diversity in the people who worked on this game. And we're upset that the go woke, go broke narrative we've been trying to establish for 6 months didn't work, and that go woke, make a lot of money and sell really fast and be reviewed well is not the angle they were hoping for. Anyway, let's jump back in. I'm very proud of the stuff that I had a hand in this game. Anyway, Morrigan from the old game is back. Hey, it's Morrigan. Also, Dandelion, thank you very much for the 40 months of sub. Purple Penguin woke subscription time. Fuck yeah.
Fearful, cowering, helpless in the face of such
on my knees, cowering. Oh, hello.
Lady Morrigan?
I'll be on my knees cowering to you, Morrigan.
Morrigan to you, Scout Harding. What a pleasure to see you again.
Rook, this is Morrigan, an old acquaintance. I thought she could help.
Morrigan helped the Inquisition when Varric and I were part of it. She knew more about ancient magic than anyone, except Solus.
'Twas both pleasure and necessity to help then, as it is now. Stopping Elganon and Gillenane shall require many hands.
Look, at the end of the day, they are upset that previous games in this series didn't use explicit language around, gender identity and sexuality, or used in universe terms, which meant that grifters could deny that those identities existed in the game. And now that those things are explicit, things like top surgery scars, things like pronouns, they're going, oh, we can't deny that, we can't just, pretend, oh, it's a different thing, it's an in-universe thing, it's not the same as trans. They gotta fucking go, oh, there's trans people. And they're a little upset about it. Anyway, give us the backstory on Morrigan for people who weren't here when we played through Inquisition recently.
So, who are you, exactly?
I have borne many appellations. Advisor to Orlais, Witch of the Wilds, friend to the Inquisition. My place here, however, is but a humble advisor on matters arcane.
Witch of the Wilds?
An honorific born of rumor and exaggeration. The fearsome reputations of your opponents, however, are duly earned. This dark turn of events shall only become worse.
Sorry, I'm explaining Dragon Age to my mum in a side chat here. I've been telling her, I've been telling her some stuff I did on this game, and sending her little videos to show her stuff from the game that, oh, I did this bit. And I'm having to explain Dragon Age in real time to my mum, who is watching videos I recorded earlier today. There we go. Sorry for the pauses. My mum has... Apparently she's just sat down to watch the Dragon Age clips I sent her. She has so many questions. She's like, oh, is this... Does everyone play as Rook? Does Rook always have blue hair, or did you make Rook have blue hair? And I'm like, oh, let me explain Dragon Age to my mother. my one of my mum's first questions was, "Is Rook always trans?" I'm like, no, but that would have wound up the game as TM even more if you had to be a trans player character. If that was not a choice, but you just canonically had to be trans. We're not quite there yet with BioWare. Currently, it's still an option. You can opt out of trans. But I do love that my mum lives in a world in which a big AAA game like this might have just made it not an option. Everyone has to play a trans character.
Then I look forward to your help.
How refreshing. Your cooperative nature is appreciated in return.
What can you tell us about
I do think
this?
they would have tried to burn
As
down
dangerous as
BioWare's
Solus himself
offices,
may
I
be,
think.
His imprisonment of the gods was just. To leave them unchecked would have been the very end of Thedas.
You know what's the sweetest thing? Dandelion says, "Can I live in your mum's world?" You know what's the sweetest thing? I'm not gonna talk too much more about my chat that I'm having with my mum, but the sweetest thing is she's been watching these videos from the game and she's gone, "I've watched it now. Why are so many people complaining?" I'm like, I wish I could tell you, Mum. There's just some people out there that hate that trans people exist. I love that you live in a world where you watch that and go, I just don't understand what there is to hate. I'm like, exactly. My mum, pretty good ally. Yeah, I showed up to my mum with a phoenix once, and there were no questions. It's just like, ah, cool, I get it.
Just to be clear, you know your old friend Solus is actually the Dreadwolf?
So I have come to learn. It rather explains how he knew such a great deal of ancient elven history, and why he became so vexed when I attempted to explain it to him. Whilst I cannot claim the same depth of knowledge, the knowledge I do possess is yours for the asking.
I hope it helps. For all we know, the entire world will look like Demetus Crossing once the gods are through.
All this horror, because a bunch of power-hungry gods want even more power.
When have the powerful among us ever done otherwise?
So how do we stop them?
Set aside your notions of godhood and see them for the ancient, powerful mages they are. Standing against them shall require serious magic of your own. When you interrupted the Dreadwolf's ritual, did you happen across any of the tools he used?
He had a dagger, but it got lost in the chaos.
Then you would do well to find it. 'Tis better in your hands than those of the gods.
Is there anything else Solus might have had that could help us? We're in his... well, he calls it the lighthouse.
Ah, yes. The legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said his Illuvian, the Viravas, could travel to any other Illuvian of his choosing.
That's not how it works right now. It only goes to Arlethan.
I can take a look at it. Maybe fix it, even. I know Illuvians better than most.
Any help you can offer, we'd appreciate.
If Illuvians even work the same way, all the magic is different now.
My mum is very excited that she's...
Our gods.
She wants me to send her all of Dragon Age as like a little TV show episode by episode now. I'm slowly sending her like... I'm sending her enough context that she's... I sent her like a half-hour video earlier today, and she was like, "Oh, that was... oh, what happens next?" I was like, "Don't worry, I'll record the next bit. I'll send it to you. You'll see it all." We work together.
None
That's
of us
how we
can
do
this
it.
alone.
Teamwork is how we will
can
defeat
stop
these
them
gods.
together. Balara, you're one of the only people in the world who can get our Illuvian working. Hardin can track down the Lyrium dagger, and Nev can spot any clues we might miss that give us more information. Let's get to work. There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times in which legends are born or slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever assistance I am able.
Right. Let's move.
There we go. I think I've got my mum caught up on stuff. Yeah, I think in total I sent her about 45 minutes of Dragon Age today across a few clips. And the fact that she's already asking for more, I'm like, oh. If she had a thing that this could run on, I would tell her, like, hey, put it on story mode with invincibility so nothing can kill you. Here you go, here's 80 hours of video game to explore. I think that would be maybe a bit... My mum does game. She is a gamer. But she mainly plays, like, VR... Like, she loves VR games. She loves, like, 2D handheld games. She's not much a dual analog, on the TV gamer.
I should have taken the shot.
I'm now being like, could I find a way
You
to
don't know that.
get my mum to play Dragon Age?
We're up against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
We shouldn't be at each other's throats.
I'm not. Nev, I'm not. I don't blame you. Or Rook. Or anyone.
Did I see the Codex entry that was Dorian's speech to the Magisterium? No.
Tried to stop the world from being
That sounds
by
interesting,
chaos,
though.
And now it might be swallowed by chaos.
I'll see if I can find it.
Elven
at some
gods
point.
escape from their prison. Solus is in your head, and we're scrambling to figure out what to do. And Varric?
Varric knew the risks. He knew what it might cost.
We're still standing. The fight's not over.
You know, I like that about you, Lace. You don't stop fighting. You push for answers and action.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it in
stuck on
Dogtown.
questions forever.
Well, we need someone who can.
I'd assume it's somewhere near that location where he
fighting
shows
the
up.
unknown. Exactly. Everyone has a part to play. Varric brought us together because of our strengths. He wanted a team he could rely on. We have to be that team.
Play to our strengths.
And
I chose the tattoos for Rook. It was a character creator choice. So I don't think there'll be an explanation for a tattoo I chose to put there. And chose the design of. I like the design a lot. You know, I could try and come up with an explanation for you of why what I think they mean or why they're there, but...
Look, I can feel lingering magic. Powerful
Cool,
magic.
we'll do this, and then we'll get back to the lighthouse and I can do the trans mirror. We're getting there. Fee says, I'd recommend Gildathalan on YouTube. Does good summaries. Nice gentle vibes. What if Casey specced into Dragon Age instead of multi-classed into Yes? That is a nice description. That is an appealing description. Okay, let's find out where Solus Dagger ended it up.
Look, there it goes.
Okay, the Chantry. Cool. Good to know.
Big darkspawn coming right at us.
Hey, come on, jump down here. I've got an ultimate move to try using. Come on, hop down. Let me Kamehameha some fire into you.
We have to go after that ghoul. Let's get this gate open.
Look up there. That magical device.
Absolutely melted you. I'll try and remember to keep an eye out for it in this on-stream playthrough we're doing. The BT, this face tattoo that Rook has is not the mystery tattoo I have planned. I know I said the mystery tattoo is Dragon Age related. This is not the mystery tattoo. I'm not getting a surprise face tattoo anytime soon. Hey, Fee? You might get to see Dorian. Dorian might be seeable. Maybe.
Darkspawn don't usually
Just a little.
collect things, do they?
Solus's dagger is special.
Zinni and Thamar,
It
thank you
might
very
be
much for the
drawn to
Prime
it.
sub. Thank you. What let me get? Look, I'll say no more. I don't want to say too much other than
Ghoul? It must have come this way.
Dorian's good.
Look out.
Look, I didn't think anyone in chat. I don't think anyone in chat would consider that a spoiler or be upset for me to say. Maybe Dorian might show up a little bit, just like a little bit, maybe. If we're all well behaved. If Twitch chat stays this nice, and all of the shitty, nasty, loud, grifty nonsense stays in its corner of the internet where I can ignore it by deleting Twitter off my phone, then maybe, as a treat, if we're all very well behaved, at some point in a future stream, maybe there'll be some Dorian. Okay, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot, there's more mechanics to explain. We've got takedowns as well. There's a stagger meter, and the stagger meter leads to, takedown attacks. Can I make a takedown attack happen before we kill this one? Okay, not every enemy has a shield bar, but they can have a shield bar, and a health bar, and a stagger bar. And maybe other bars, but for now, we'll treat those as the bars. And now we get the stagger, so we can do big dramatic takedown. I'm not deactivating my Twitter purely because it's still useful to DM people for work that I don't have elsewhere. And also, if I deactivate it, someone can steal my username and make a fake account being shitty. Whereas if I still have the account and every couple of months tweet something so that it's not considered a dead inactive account, someone can't jump on my username and pretend to be me. The things you have to think about as a person that has a consistent brand identity on the internet. Oh, sorry, we were going to do witch time, weren't we? So that I could say, fuck off at an enemy so that it properly felt like witch time. I'll remember to do it. Yeah. We don't have witch time yet. Nearly time. I probably will put my Twitter on private at some point soon, but I didn't want to do it in the midst of all the grifty stuff, so they're just gonna feel like they're being cut in that way that they do, where they take everything as a victory. Oh, fuck off. Ah, fuck off, enemy. Oh, I'm doing a combo and telling you to fuck off in witch time. Fuck off. There you go. Does that feel more like witch time now?
Did you find the dagger?
I don't think these Darkspawn took it. Let's keep looking.
Cool, I'm glad that felt more like witch time. Muja, I'm sorry to hear. It's certainly not going to be a change for everyone. I very much enjoyed the new combat. Historically, I found Dragon Age combat a little on the clunky side. But I know there are people who love it, and it always sucks when a thing that you like changes in a way that makes it less how you like. Like my one of those, and I can talk about this a little bit. Unpopular opinion. Skyward Sword might be my favorite Zelda game, and I wish there were more Zelda games like it, and I wish that people's tech issues with the Wii Motion Plus hadn't doomed that game's reputation in a way that was then followed up by Breath of the Wild being a huge success, meaning that the series will forever move away in the Breath of the Wild direction, not the Skyward Sword direction. As someone that fucking loves Skyward Sword, it is like the epitome of what I love in a Zelda game. I can recognize that a lot of people are very happy about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom while going, yeah, but it's you made it less the thing that I loved. And sometimes I think it's fair to feel that way, while going, I'm glad that more people are enjoying the thing I love. And I will find enjoyment, I will find a way to find enjoyment regardless, regardless, but also, like, yeah. I'm certainly not gonna say that anyone is wrong for being like, I miss X iteration of series.
I mean, it's gross, but you can't argue with results.
Did I love it for the motion controls, the story? A combination of things. I had no technical issues with the motion controls, and I genuinely loved them. I really enjoyed them. I loved sword fighting having this, like, positional system of, like, having to be thoughtful about how you swiped. I loved the story presentation. It is, like, the peak of, like, me being really invested in a Zelda story. I liked the dungeon layout. I really liked the revisiting areas and them being, like, different when you came back to them. There was a lot of aspects of Skyward Sword that I love, and I will maintain that to this day, that it might be my favorite Zelda, and that is not a popular opinion, I know that much, but, oh, Rockdees, it's been lovely to have you here. Thank you for coming. What did I think of Dustborn? I don't think I've played Dustborn. The name is vaguely familiar, but if I've played it, I don't remember what it is, which is probably telling. Digifox, I believe there is a left-handed option on the Switch re-release of Skyward Sword, yes. I believe so. There's also a non-motion option as well, for people who don't get on well with motion, or just don't like motion. Oh, that was a rough corner to get trapped in. Oh, this fight had a rough start, come on.
Do this again.
Okay, there we go.
Another one of those magical beams. There are 2 of these devices this time. I bet we'll need to direct beams at both of them.
Alright, 1 second. There we go, sorry. Just finishing messaging back my mum about Dragon Age. This is more than I think I've ever talked to my mum about, like, one singular video game ever. This might be the most
Now to find the
we've
other.
talked about a video game. Tee-hee. She's made me promise to send her more Dragon Age videos. I'm gonna slowly curate, Is the Transmirror a one-off thing? I have no idea. I found... I know that it's a thing when you're first setting up Rook's room. You can interact with Varric's mirror. And that's a thing there. I don't know if you can, like, go interact with it later. I would assume so, in case you, like, change your identity stuff in the character creator. We'll see. I'll show you what it is, and then you can go find it yourself if you didn't experience it the first time and see if there is an option to do so. I would hope there's an option to... If you didn't initially go, hello, I am a trans player character, and then later decided, actually, I've come out, I would like my character to be trans. I would hope that would be an option. Not interactable for you. We'll see. There might be other opportunities to establish that about yourself. My assumption would be Lucanus. There's a companion quest with Lucanus about going for coffee. There, as a trans player character, I got an option to pick a trans-related dialogue option. That might be another opportunity you get to establish, hey, my character is trans. So, going for coffee with Lucanus might be an option for you. Oh, Casey Explosion, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Super appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. What was I doing? Oh yeah, getting some of this upgrade material. Right, we're nearly there. We're nearly at this mirror I've been talking about all stream. I apologize. There might be other ways to trigger it. Again, I only know what I experienced, which was I thought that interacting with the mirror was mandatory during the setup before you have the little meditate, and that's where I saw the option. There might be other ways to trigger it. If not, what I would say is message BioWare and say, hey, I missed the opportunity to establish this about my character, and that kind of sucks. Is there any chance of, patching in the ability to go to that mirror later and establish that? I would say BioWare seem very receptive to hearing, constructive feedback, and I would just let them know that it would be nice to, if you missed the chance earlier, go interact with that mirror and be like, no, I'd like to click the trans button now. Again, I'm learning what is in this game as we play it,
Nice move, bro.
Okay, you have a trans work on the second playthrough. Yeah. I'll show you where it is. In my mind, I thought it was a fairly hard to miss prompt, but I'll show it off so that if anyone is starting playing after this, they know what to be looking for. Yeah, we want to do the heal. Well, yeah, look, if we're living in the world that my mum suggested, every Rook is trans whether they talk about it or not. Whether you pick that option in dialogue or not, there's no such thing as a cis Rook. We live in my mum's world now, where EA released a AAA video game in which you have to play a trans lead character, where with all of the character creator options you have, being cis is not one of the options offered. That's the world we live in now. Whoever's decision that was, kudos to them. Whoever decided that cisness should be banned. I say whoever decided that, my mum decided that. Kudos to my mum. Aha, treasure behind a waterfall, you say? Ooh. Let's get me some nice heavy armor on. Oh, I can also play around with the cosmetics. Once we do get back to the lighthouse, one of the things I can do is I can start doing, regardless of what I'm wearing for stats, I can change the appearance of my gear, which is nice.
That has to be the ghoul we're tracking.
Better hope it still has the dagger.
Dandelion says, I'll ask my token cis family member what she thinks. Well, just tell her. If she says it's a bad idea, then she's being transphobic, so she better like the idea. Tee-hee. Rock Smasher says, sadly I can't change the appearance of companions' clothes. Yeah, I've seen a thing that implies you should be able to change their clothes. But I couldn't work out how to do it. But I think you can. I just need to double check, maybe. Ah, here it is. There's the dagger.
Lyrium. Harding? Right there, Harding!
Harding!
You good?
I can hear it.
Oh.
The Song of the Stone. What is happening to me?
So, for anyone who doesn't remember, the Song of the Stone is a thing that is, like, very associated with the underground dwarfs that have never come above ground. And she's hearing it above ground. Which is interesting. It is giving Rock Wraith.
What the?
Harding's got dwarf and stone magic.
Are you moving those rocks?
I don't know. I don't know how to get.
Oh, okay, sorry, we've unlocked combos. So if I use those two abilities together, yeah, so we're learning about primers and detonators.
Let's go.
Okay, no, yeah, it didn't. It wanted to give me the tutorial first. So it'll prime, and then the other moves will cause a detonation. And I can follow up with my type advantaged attack. Okay, let me smash some of these green pots. Could really do with a little more health. Okay, here we go. Now I can get back to what I was up to, which is... Okay, yeah, let's wait until Nev is back. And then we can do necrotic damage into... Oh, I'm not quite ready for the primer yet.
They're coming from the right.
Okay, hey, big lad. Let's do Icebreaker and Shred for a combo, and follow it up with that type advantage fire attack, and see if we can take you mostly out in a single attack, chain of attacks again. There we go. Almost the entire enemy down in one special per character. Lion-Ks, thank you very much for the celebrating the partner anniversary. Yeah, apparently I got partnered in November. I don't know how many years ago it would have been now. I think it was during COVID that I made the big push for partners. So probably like, I'm gonna guess 4. I'm gonna guess it's been about 4 years. Twitch partner. Gosh, that would make sense. It was when I stopped doing roller derby 1 night a week and could commit to the 3 nights a week streaming schedule, which was enough days that I could reliably hit the 28 hours streamed in a month. Like, it all just started lining up. Okay, oh, where's a hot 2? There it is. We're gonna detonate and primer. Off the cliff it fell, but it's... Oh no, yeah, okay, we got you. Let's do... Kamehameha? Let's do... Blast.
Not sure, but we should get back. We'll talk it through there.
Experiment ego.
Your pet.
Here's my thoughts. I absolutely love the characters. I love the character writing. I think there's a lot that's very charming about it. Obviously, I am biased and not to be believed in my opinion. I get it. But what I will say is, the clips that some grifty types of... There are clips that are being shared around by grifty types trying to be like, it's all badly written and acted. I'll say this. Some characters just start off their arc as awkward and anxious. And when you take a clip of an awkward and anxious character at the start of their arc, while they're still awkward and anxious, and go, look at how awkward and anxious, like, and stilted the dialogue is, maybe, you know, in context, some of that is like, oh, that was a deliberate choice that an arc is working across, you know. Yeah, sometimes a person will not be the most naturally comfortable talking to other people, and then that will change over time. Maybe that's not representative of... It's like...
Of the Dreadwolf's dagger is hidden.
The writing and voiceover in what we've seen today on stream, I would say, could be pretty solid. I don't think I have to be biased to say that.
We must craft another, made of red lyrium.
Ooh, they're making a red evil dagger. Yes, I also don't think it helps that the character that they've been sharing clips of the writing's so bad, look how awkward this character is in this conversation, is a character that for about 6 months those same grifters have been looking for reasons to say is bad. They don't want to say the real reason, the bigotry is why they're annoyed with this character. They want a reason that's more palatable to say they're annoyed at that character. So I don't think it's an accident that all of the clips trying to say the game is bad for XYZ reason are really gravitating toward clips of a single character that maybe they have other reasons that they might actually dislike, and maybe they're trying to find something palatable they can say is why they dislike. Just to think, I'm not saying that's everyone. I'm saying I think there is a correlation. I think there is a reason for some of the overlap. You know.
You said something took you over.
Proceeding to make a Baldur's Gate 3 is bad montage exclusively from Tav making goofy faces in dialogue and cutscenes.
I think so.
Right, like...
It can't be possession, can it?
There's a lot of stuff you can do to make games look bad when you have a reason to.
The Fade. Solus's dagger triggered this event.
Yeah, it's...
But how?
That's the thing. It's very BioWare writing. BioWare's writing's always been like this. If you don't gel with BioWare writing, you're probably not going to gel with this. It's very BioWare. You've not missed the mirror. We're finally getting to the mirror. We're almost there.
Or why? I'm sorry, Lace. I wish I had answers.
It's alright. Talking has helped. And hey, we got the dagger, right? Mission accomplished.
I think it's time. I think I'm gonna... This is where we go to Rook's room, I think.
I've never used magic. We can't.
It's not the magic I know.
What do you mean?
It's clearly stone-focused, which makes sense. Dwarves are children of the stone.
Mages connect to the Fade. Dwarves reach out to the stone? Maybe?
Also, I just got a very sweet, drunken blue sky
I
message
guess we
from
don't
someone
have
that was
any
very
real
sweet.
answers.
Alright, 1 sec. I think it's a gift. I'm going to encourage it.
It's a wonderful
encourage its
gift.
use. Be positive
You
about
must
it.
be proud.
But I didn't do anything to earn this. How could I be proud? I don't even know how it happened.
You've worked your whole life to be a very
It's
good,
all a
very
little
well-behaved dwarf. I think
strange.
that earns magic.
But not in a bad way. I feel... connected.
To
the stone. Dwarves call ourselves children of the stone. Some of us have what we call stone sense. Those that have it can feel caves.
God, I love the
lyrium
casual
veins, and
outfit for
faults
Rook.
in the rock. I wasn't one of them. Maybe the dagger unlocks something hidden.
Oh, I could rock a really
But this is more than
good
a stone
this
sense I
casual
know.
Rook cosplay
I
with some
hope
good
you're right
horns.
that this is a gift. I'd be heartbroken if it caused problems.
Oh, time to start flirting with Harding.
Harding, you being here is never a problem.
Huh. Really?
I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here, to be honest.
That's so sweet. Thank you. I, feel the same. I'll send word to the Grey Wardens about
Also,
the blood we saw.
if you don't romance either Tash or Harding, they will romance each other, which tells us Harding is canonically
I'll find
into
some place to
Canary,
relax
so...
and try to reach solace in the fate.
I got good flirting
Good luck.
chances here.
Try not to let him get to you.
I've only got to compete with the other
Feels like
Canary
we're
party
finally
member.
making some progress. And I'm not sure what my new magic's about, but I know it feels right.
Can you romance them both and have a nice little polycule? I don't think you can. I believe at least one of the two, I believe, is you have to be exclusive with.
It felt right. She was connected to the stone, to the lost titans, and all of dwarven history, with its buried secrets. How could that be anything but good?
I love that all the, like, every time you're, like, starting to advance a character's, like, personal quest, you get a little cutscene being like, this is what we just learned about their personal quest, but what's coming next? Ooh, there's more to this one. Ooh. I like the sort of wrap up what's just happened, but also, ooh, we got a tease. At the end of, like, companion narrative moments. Talisalankel? I don't know. I don't know if there's polyamorous options. I genuinely do not know. I know of at least one character that I believe is monogamous only. I don't know what the state is for others. Experiment Ego talks about wanting to see polycules in games. You know what game did a really good job of writing a really nice polycule? Later Daters? The visual novel dating sim set in an old folks' retirement home. That game had a really good progressive attitude toward allowing polycules. It basically boiled down to you have a conversation with the couple of people that you're like both simultaneously romancing, and you sit down and have a sensible chat about it. And they end up going, look, at this point in my life, I'm too old to give a shit if you love me and also love someone else. as long as you are, like, you know, respecting everyone and, like, you know, you're not letting one love down for another, it's all good. That game had, like, a very... Look, I'm too old to be picky about whether you're with just me or other people. As an opening to having conversations about polyamory, and it was fascinating. Michael Wayne says, the wrap-up and tease feels like the books Dragon Age said that Varric had written and actually shows it. Yeah, it feels like we're finally getting an insight into, like, what it's like when Varric writes a story.
Try to talk to Solus.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get, did I just fucking wall run around a corner? Did I just fucking parkour around that corner slightly? Oh! I just fucking did a little parkour around the corner. Okay, not... Oh, yeah. I'm gonna see if I can trigger a bit of, Garrus, a little Garrus Easter egg here that I believe this is where it happens. Okay, nope, I gotta... Come on.
Oh, Rook! Hello! I've never seen an alluvium like this before. Not in town.
And then we'll go find the transmirror. It's nearly time, I promise, it's nearly transmirror time.
Wait, if the magic is
I just want to find this one bit of dialogue.
This thing's self-stabilizing! Sorry, didn't mean to yell. Soon as Illyrium cures, I should be able to fix this.
Give me a
entirely
minute.
Sure what will happen when I do, but I can see the flaw in the resonance, so whatever it's supposed to do, it's not currently doing. Didn't Nev want to talk to you? Sorry, Rook. I'm just in the middle of some calibrations.
Sorry, I'm just in the middle of some calibrations. She's making calibrations. She gotta finish her calibrations. There we go. That's what I was after. Okay, here we go.
Wait, that room wasn't there before. I don't think. Never Harding must have put my pack here. Makes sense. Better place to sleep than the infirmary. Guess I can spare a few moments to unpack my things.
Okay, so this is the place I am aware you can establish your Rook being trans. If there are other places, I do not know.
Lessons. I asked him how we were supposed to stop Solus, and he gave me this. Take a long, hard look at it, kid. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done.
Gender identity options, here on the left. Examine options related to gender identity. Choosing one will conclude the conversation. This is, to my understanding, where you have the option to go, I would like to put my hand up and say, trans, please. This is the one I picked, and it made me cry. I saw this yesterday morning, and it made me cry a little. It was really lovely. What does the tattoo option do? I genuinely don't know. I guess it would be talking about, like, I got these tattoos as a way to, like, have ownership over my body, I think would be the sort of thing it would probably establish. The BT says, I didn't pay attention and selected I look good. Yeah, you gotta stop and pay attention.
It took a while for me to figure out why the face staring back from the mirror felt wrong. But once I was able to be honest with myself, it was a relief to figure out I was trans. And it's worth it to look in the mirror today and see the woman I am staring back.
No fantasy equivalent language, just outright saying it. Felt good to work out I was trans. I get to look at the woman I am today when I look at myself now. Right? Isn't that lovely? Isn't that nice? It's just very straightforward. Here's a moment of reflection in a mirror. If I want to say this, I can just say it to myself. And it's now up to my Rook whether... Like, that was just a little personal thought in Rook's room. You never have to bring it up, necessarily, with anyone else. It's up to you if you do it. It almost made me well up again, and I've seen it before. Uh...
The Antom commander I took this from thought occupying Treviso was the same as owning it. I showed him
I
how wrong
apologize,
he was.
BT.
Freed a
Again.
bunch of prisoners that
One
night,
sec.
including Varric. That's also the night the Crows kicked me out of Antiva for carrying out unauthorized operations.
Yeah. Here's what I would say, BT. I would tweet BioWare and say, hey, I accidentally missed that dialogue choice. Is there another place I can activate it? And if not, is there any chance that it could be patched so I could have a chance to redo it? I think they would be open to hearing that feedback. I can't promise anything. My work with BioWare is done, but, like, I have contacts at BioWare. I can certainly see if I can find anyone that I can go, hey, this is a thing. It would be cool. I don't necessarily have any more sway than anyone else, but I can at least try and throw it out into the ether and see if it would get anywhere. It does say when you pick those options, like, all of them say this will conclude this conversation. I think, like, being able to I'm playing ball here as a person who, like, I do not have any ability at this moment to sway BioWare on anything necessarily. This is not a BioWare decision. This is just me talking my own thoughts. I think, if nothing else, it would be really nice if going to the mirror in the room with Varric, where you can change your appearance, as well as changing things like pronoun and identity, if visiting that mirror, that mirror in the room with Varric allowed you to come back to this mirror and re-establish that choice about being trans. I think that might be a way of being like, you know, in perfect world, just come back to this mirror. Make this mirror, like, constantly a place you can change your transness. But I think, like, if you're looking for a flag to set that goes, hey, reactivate the ability to have this conversation again, changing something about your Rook's appearance would be as good a flag as any. What if you want to establish gender and tattoos? I think that, again, I think it would be great if this wasn't you pick one of these and you can't pick the rest. But again, this is me giving a little spitbally thoughts. This is not me sitting down and giving in-depth thoughts. That's not what I'm doing here, not at all.
Still can't believe they didn't back me. We're the Crows. Killing targets is what we do.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, talking out loud again, just for my own opinion, not for anything official, any official thoughts. I like the idea that if someone starts playing this game and is not out as trans when they start playing it, and somewhere in the 50 hours, 70 hours, 80 hours, 100 hours of playing this, the human player comes out as trans, that they could come back and have another chance at establishing their Rook as trans, even though they worked that out about themselves and that they wanted to make that choice about that character later in the game. I think that is a great use case for it. Would be lovely to be able to establish trans identity beyond this point, even if you didn't earlier. Again, I think this is... I would argue this is in my opinion, which again, biased, you can't trust my opinions on anything, I'm too biased. I think this is about the smoothest I think any game has given you an option to just very casually and beautifully be like, hey, I'm trans, and that's just established and chill in a way that isn't, like, awkward or forced. There is room for places where maybe things could be improved, and again, my advice on that is tweet these don't be like, oh, Laura says... No, if you like any of these thoughts, just tweet BioWare and go like, hey, I love what you did with the trans mirror. It would be really nice if maybe blank could be considered. Because there are definitely... As you can see, this kind of thing doesn't end up in a game like this unless there are people at BioWare that care about trying to get trans rep right. And... They want to hear good, constructive feedback. They want to make a cool thing. I'm sure. And that is
The
me
peddler gave me this after I saved his
tactfully
caravan from
navigating
bandits.
that.
He was so impressed with the Vitar that Kunari wear to protect our faces, and the fireworks he saw at a Ravani festival. Said he had no idea my people were such accomplished alchemists. I guess it's better than thinking all Kunari are big lumbering brutes, but still. Well, he meant well.
Oh, it's that time of year where the odd one or two ladybirds somehow find a way into my office. Don't know how it happens. But they're trying to escape the cold as autumn's happening, and they somehow... It's no other insects. It's just once or twice in, like, October, November, I'll see just a single lone ladybird has found its way in. I'm like, I don't know how you did it. I think we're nearly done. I want to finish this scene.
The ever-turning orb.
And then we will
My
come back
final
on Monday for
training
more
project
of
as an
this.
apprentice. I spent months finding the precise balance of energy flows to make the enchantment permanent. Might have gone faster if I hadn't been exhausted from too many late night
Ladybird and
escapades.
Ladybug are the same
Oh well,
thing,
still
just
got it done.
regional differences of what people call them.
Right. That's better. Now how do I connect to Solus? Just sleep or... relaxing?
Oh, didn't mean to
Maybe if
vault
I
over the
clear my
table.
mind.
We'll chat to Solus, we'll play around with our aesthetic stuff in the wardrobe, and we'll wrap for today. And we'll get on with doing a bunch of cool side content and stuff, and getting more characters next time.
Back so soon. It must have been worse than I had thought.
Hello, Dreadwolf.
Ah, but perhaps I am mistaken. You may be here to correct me, to tell me that my concerns were unfounded. I am, after all, remembered as the god of lies, treachery, and rebellion.
You're also a smug little bastard.
So you're gonna be insufferable about it. See, this is the reason nobody likes you.
I led a rebellion for centuries that culminated in the creation of the Veil and the destruction of the Elven Empire.
Okay, this is among the reasons nobody likes you.
See, I
My
love Rook's
information was
writing.
accurate. Now you realize that the danger is
Rook does snark so
I need
well.
to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to. If I am to share it with you, I need to know what makes you the right person to lead the fight against Algernon and Gillenane.
Someone has to do something. I may not be the right person for this job, but I'm the only one left.
So your call to action is that any attempt is better than none?
Back in the Crows, I had to deal with the Antom invasion. One night, I saw a unit getting ready to transport prisoners to another city. It was way too large for us to hit.
But you did so anyway, using unconventional tactics to confuse the Antam and free the prisoners.
How'd you know that?
You helped Varric pursue me for the better part of
Night,
a year.
BT.
It would have been foolish not to learn about who was hunting me.
Then you know that if someone has to make a call, I'll do it.
I suppose I was not so different when I started.
Started what?
My rebellion against the Evanuris. The Elven Gods, as you call them. They wish to reclaim their dominion over this world. To accomplish that, they will need two things. First, the Blight. What exists in this world is a bare fragment of its power. The rest is imprisoned, until they release it.
Mike L. Wayne says, is it a good thing that the snark makes me think of Veltari from Season 3 of Dice Funk? Every time I play a character... Every time I play an RPG character, I'm secretly trying to remake Veltari. Veltari is who I want to be in RPGs. I always make tall, horned, magical woman that has a little bit of snark, but ultimately a heart of gold, but also will kick your ass. I'm just trying to remake Veltari. If I was allowed to call her Veltari, she'd have been Veltari in this.
I don't understand. Elgernon and Gillenane were elves like you, right? Why would they want to blight the world?
It is my fault. As the Dread Wolf, I was a thorn in their side.
When my efforts weakened their grasp on the elven people, they grew frustrated, then desperate.
And turned to the Blight.
Once the corruption took hold of them, they were blind to its horror. It was just another source of power for them. Now they would blight the world without hesitation, and call us backward and foolish for opposing them.
Why are people... Sorry, I've become aware people are having, like, fights in, like, my comments on Twitter with the shitty grifters. Why waste the effort? I'm not giving them that much effort. Like, why waste your time shouting at them on my behalf? I'm fucking gone. It's so weird that people are, like, using their time to be in, like, these snark fights with people who, like... I haven't even seen what they're on about. I'm aware of the people who are having fights on my behalf, but I'm like, I haven't even seen what the fuck you're shouting at. Don't waste your time. Let them shout in the void. Everything kind of is Solus's fault, right?
The Blight didn't escape with the gods?
Elganan and Gillenane escaped largely empty-handed, fortunately. Most of the Blight is still trapped in the prison I created ages ago.
So what we saw at that village, that's them not at full strength?
Correct.
That's concerning to know.
The rest of the Blight is imprisoned? There's more than what's in the world already?
Yes. Centuries ago, the Magisters of Devinter opened my prison. A tiny fragment of the Blight escaped. That fragment grew beneath the earth and led to the Blights that have swept across the world. However terrible the Blight is now, it is a mere fraction of what we will see if its full power is unleashed.
What would they need to do to free the Blight? And how do we stop
Is he
them
wearing
from doing
sandals?
it?
I don't know.
They will need to pierce the veil
Yes,
to reach
I
the Blight's
guess.
prison.
He's got his
My
toes
Lady
out,
Dagger
at
is
least.
one of the few artifacts capable of doing so.
We've already recovered it from the ritual site.
Excellent. Then they will have to make their own. That will give you time.
You said the gods needed two things, and the Blight is the first. What's the second?
Followers. They have called themselves gods. And what is a
Oh, if
god
you don't
without
like
worship
Solus's
to sing their
toes,
praises?
just wait until you see Solus with hair.
I don't think
I warn you, that's a thing we will see in this game, is Solus with hair.
Agreed. Elganan and Gillenane care little for the elves. They will find worshippers among those hungry for power. Tyrants and bullies. The cruel and the corrupt, who fear their own vulnerability and seize any chance to feel strong. If you hunt them, they will lead you to Elganan and Gillenane.
Oh yeah, Solus with hair is unsettling.
Thank you. I'll go poke at the cruel and corrupt, and we'll see what we find.
The Veravas, the lighthouse.
He looks even more punchable with hair, I warn you
If
now.
you
If you
master
think
its
you want to
secrets.
punch him now,
Have you
just
done
you
so?
wait. Probably
Not
on
yet.
Monday's stream, you will
We've
see
got one of the Veil Jumpers working on
leveled up,
She'll
punchable
get it
Solus.
sorted, and we'll see how it goes.
Yes. I suppose we will.
Now that's something to look forward to on Monday. Solus with hair.
Please tell him that I
Come back and tune in for another
regret
stream.
what happened.
Look at this, we've made it a 4-hour stream. We've not had one little shitbag show up in the stream. Genuinely quite impressed with how well behaved everyone's been today. This has been lovely. Okay, so we can now do... Oh, I need to... Okay, I'm going to find that stupid setting in the settings before I do this, because it's annoying me. Let me have a look. Where's the setting that makes it like a cursor that moves around rather than snapping from box to box? Is it in gameplay? Visibility, no, it's going to be interface. Oh, menu navigation, that's it. Cursor. I don't know why I don't... Usually I swear by it, but for some reason I want the little cursor in this. Oh, Loopy Lucy! Thank you very much for the 200 bits. It's worth a couple of quid. So I think the maths is that's something in the realm of like £2, $2, something in that range. Thank you very much, super appreciated. Right, so let's have a look at, here is the some of the costumes options I have aesthetically, because BioWare did send me the fancy version of the game to say thank you for helping make the game. We could, let's have a look. We've got some golden elven armor. We've got the classic. What if it was sort of like a suit of armor, but with the blood covered dragon on it ones? I kind of like this one for now. Get started. Do we have? We don't have the Antivan Crows, like the signature Antivan Crows one yet. Oi, oi! The fuck does Kuno care? That is misbehaving. That is what misbehaving looks like. Second one with the scarf or cape. I can go with this if chat's into it. We could look like this for a bit. I think that's a cool outfit. Oh yeah. You have to get this far in, so you got to get like 4 to 5 hours in to reach it. But yeah, you can just do full armor transmog. So whatever stats you want, but the appearance will be what you set here. Oh yeah, you can change all the characters' outfits in here. Yeah, so for all of them right now, we have the option to be like, do you want them to be a bit fancy? Yeah, that's where it's hiding. It's just R1 and R2 while in the wardrobe. Cool. We are gonna save for now. Also, this game automatically makes so many like autosaves, but also decision saves. Temporary decision saves. Your last 4 narrative decisions will be autosaves. Even if you've done a bunch of stuff since then and made like 20 autosaves, if they weren't narrative, yeah, it labels them really nicely, but it's, yeah, these are your last 4 decision saves. Plus these rotating like other autosaves, plus you can make manual saves, which you can name. I haven't bothered to name this one. So you've got temporary chapter save. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so you've got 5 regular autosaves, a temporary chapter save, and 4 temporary decision saves. What is that, like 10? Saves, but also you can make your own hard saves. The save frequency is so good. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. I will be back on Monday with more Veilguard. I will continue I'm gonna play through all of this on stream, and it's gonna be great. And hopefully, at some point while we're doing this playthrough, I'll be able to like just explicitly say what I did on this. But who knows? You can. I'm listed as cultural consultant, which means anytime you see culture in this game, I did it. Like, you might look at that wardrobe and go, that's a certain artistic style that comes from such and such a real world culture. That's probably me. I did all the culture. That's all you need to know for now. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, tell us, Alankel, I can say I'm a cultural consultant. Beyond that, you can have your guesses what I did. The internet has apparently decided what I did, but you know, hopefully I made a little video. Hopefully at some point I can share a little video and tell you a little more about it. But all I can say is I'm very proud to have tried to help make this what it is, and that's pretty cool. Yes, it was about cultural. I was cultural consultant for Britain. I was British representation. I was teaching them how to put British people in the game. But yes, thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to go get some sleep before I spend an entire weekend playing this, and maybe also a different game I have to play for work that I regrettably have signed up to, like, be paid to do work on. I'm ruining more video games. I've got to play a different video game this week so I can secretly ruin more of your other games. Have